edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under. Mel, the message. Welcome, welcome, poets and family. You know what it is. Finally, Thursday night has come back. Pull up a Zoom box, grab a microphone, and get comfortable. It's about to go down. Yeah, get it. Presented by the legendary, I said the legendary Nuyorican Poets Cafe. I am your host. My name is Elemen2al. Happy Thursday. This is the jump off, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. You know how this works. You know how we do this because we've been doing this and doing this and doing this well. Welcome to episode 40. We're going to keep rocking this as we have been, right? As we have been every Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. If you're watching on one of these streams, truly appreciate you. And you would like to join us in the Zoom, the number's on your screen, 97539-856. Jump in, join the greatest community in the world. Want to know why I say that? Trust and believe we're going to show you this evening. We do this and have been doing this week after week thanks to some dedicated folks who pay these bills. All right. So we would like to thank the New York State Department of Cultural Affairs and the Howard Gilman Foundation for hosting our free online events. You can add your energy to the mix with a tax-deductible donation by going to nuyorican.org/contribute. Every dollar counts. Make sure you are plugging in with the dopest tech in the Zoomverse, the one and only Ron Mark Thompson, aka RMT. If you're not down with RMT by now, damn it, you should be. I'm telling you. Shout out Mission Control, all the way up in the BX. Listen, Ron's all the way on point, man. Appreciate that, dude, so very much. This is where you can find me, Elemen2al.com. Take out the T, put in the number 2, Elemen2al.com. So many things going on. Make sure you plug in. Listen, so many things. Tonight's theme, Goodfellas, the real ones. So that is where the opening poem came from, right? The real ones know, right? Who are the real ones? Who are the real ones in your life? And how significant are they to your life, right? Ladies, please don't think that I'm, excluding you, right? The group of ladies that get down, however you refer to them, listen, it's the same thing. Who are the real ones? Who are the real ones that are riding and dying with you, right? Pulling your hair back when it's getting crazy, you know what I'm saying? Holding, like, seriously, right? So that's what this is about. That's what tonight's theme is about. If your artwork is not on theme, that's still totally cool. We are still looking forward to all of the incredible artistry that you are willing to share with us this evening. Next week's theme coming at y'all. Where have you gone? Where have you gone? The journey home. The journey home. Where does that even start? Right? Where have you gone? Right? And I'm thinking about all of the artists in our community, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, like I'm thinking about so many states and countries and you know, storytelling sessions that are gonna happen next week. So bring all your artistry. We are gonna get down next week. All right. Here is a look at some of the upcoming themes that we're gonna be rocking with. Listen, it's already close to October, folks. Like Halloween is coming soon. It's going down. Let's get to the rules so we can get to the artistry this evening. Artists, turn your cameras on. We are trying to simulate a live open mic as much as possible. Plus, we love to see all the beautiful exuberance that goes into your performances. So turn your cameras on. As you're getting ready to rock, have your artwork ready. All right, analog, digital, if you're playing music, because I can see some of the resident musicians are in the building this evening. What up? Make sure you have on your original sound for musicians and your music is original. All right, we don't want the agents of the interweb interfering with our streams in any way. All right, so make sure your music is original sound, and we are ready to rock. Also, as you're approaching the mic, make sure you are adjusting your Zoom handle to coincide with how you want people to connect with you. This is about community building, and we will continue to do just that. Artists, you got 3 minutes to rock. All right, we'll give you a 30-second intro to let the world know how they can connect with all the things that you do. All right, before or after you get down, plug your information into the chat so we can continue to grow the greatest community in the world. Please keep in mind, we got a full list this evening, plus there will be folks on the good luck round. All right, as I've said, listen, I love having a cipher at the end, right? Because we never get a chance to do that, right? But it's up to us to keep the time tight because after a certain point, then that's a wrap. All right, so let's get to it. All right. Night 9:30, folks. You know what time it is, right? There are explicit lyricists in our community, right? Some may even bring about some triggering flashbacks, all right? Straight up. But the founders of our cafe were major proponents on the freedom of speech, and we will make sure it maintains in the vein of everything we do. Therefore, there is no censorship. Other than any hate speech, or any ism that people may use to manipulate, which will not, I said not be tolerated. Go around and get cute and get the boot up in here, all right? There is no censorship, all right? Straight up. This is a true call and response space. After you hear these artists get up here and share a true essence of who they are, you will see this pop up on your screen. This is when you get a chance to share all of that energy, all of that exuberance with the community, with these artists. Don't worry about the noise, y'all. It's the rowdiest night of the week anyway. All right? Let all of that energy flow and it will all be returned to you in each and every artist's performance. I promise you. This is what it's about, y'all. We wait all week for this. For real. The guaranteed list tonight is closed. All right. Sign up begins 24 hours before the show, which would be Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. All right. To sign up, you go to nuyorican.org. You click on full events calendar. All right. You click on a Thursday that you want to get down on, and you need an artist RSVP ticket. It's the only way that you're getting on the guaranteed list, and they won't populate until 24 hours before the show. Listen, this week it was up in like 25 minutes. They were out. Right? So listen, get to it, right? Hot ticket, baby. Also, if you're in the tri-state area, make sure you are plugging in at the Nuyorican Bowery Slam, hosted by J Rose. Shout out J Rose. Shout out Luna Rosa. That stage is going down. It's fire, for real. Also, at the Lower East Side Center, hosted by Soul Preem. Shout out Soul Preem. And also at La Sala de Pepe. Listen, it's just so many things. Shout out Tony McPherson for Final Fridays. Listen, there's so many different ways and aspects for you to connect, right? And share your artwork and help us to move our craft forward, right? This is about building a community so we can continue to grow poetry, folks. Find yourself on those stages. If that's what you want to do, if that's what you need, there are so many opportunities out there. So get to it, folks. Tonight's list, look at all of these incredible artists, all of these geniuses that came to rock with us this evening. So let's do it. Here's all my rowdy friends here on Thursday night. What's good, good people? What's good? So great to see you all the good fellas in the building, the plug in the building. What up? What up? I see Ray Whitaker is here. Bonnie Soloway is here. Peace to the God in the building. Storytellers are here, right? The storytellers are here, right? Listen, we're going to get to this, right? Let's do it. So as I'm putting this information into the chat, let's do this. Coming up first, this cat, there's something about this dude, man. He's been rocking with us for some years, and he continues to come through. And look, before I can even say a word about this dude, his signature jumps out at you, right? This cat's got a smile, man, that's infectious. And he has a rhyme that's going to catch us off guard because he's the one and only Eddie Foreman. Come on, Poetastic. Let these folks know where they can find you, man. It is always great to see you set it off this evening, man. Come on.
Thank you, my bro, like no other words like thunder. Hello, my name is Ed Potasso from the Fantastic. Please in time you could join my rhyme, for I feel sublime. I got 2 short poems, so I won't take too much time. The first poem is called The Hope of Freedom. Let freedom ring while Larry sing. Let it spread as water, drown out the marauders, clean out the corruption to prop clean productions, melting away the violence in order to sprout nonviolence, soaking all the crazy firearms, no more chaos to do harm, to wither away our constitution in order to think of grounded solutions, to feed the mouths of the slaves, growing seeds of supportive engrave, drifting us to another direction, an ocean of collection and reflection. Yes, you, please plant the tiny seed, the seed of positivity and humanity. Let freedom ring, hope will sprout. Let injustice be mute, evil drought. Hope is inside you, her, him, and we. Don't stop creating a liberating sea. Thank you. And the other one is called Misplaced Sun. Where did you go? Why so shallow? Please dry the rain. Please dry the pain. Didn't we appreciate you? Why are you so blue? Please come back before the skies go black. Please bring more light before the eternal night. Do you feel sick or unwell? I could never guess or tell. You were a bright delight. You were a luminous sight. What went horribly wrong? You went long and strong. Why did you go away on the cloudiest of days? Our sunshine is gone, hopefully to where you belong. Please come home to brighten up this dome. We miss you deeply and dearly. We support you clearly and sincerely. There's always a place for you. If not, then what, when, why, or who? Thank you.
I mean, I told y'all that cat was gonna have a rhyme that was on time because that's just what Eddie does. Unmute yourself, give it up for Eddie Foreman.
Yes, Eddie.
Thank you.
Nice,
Nicely done,
Eddie,
Eddie.
rocking
Nicely
it.
done.
Tough.
Great start to the night, Eddie. Thanks.
You know, that's just what Eddie does. You know, like, um, like there's a member of our community that used to always have a line, and Eddie just kind of reminds me of that line. But I love how Eddie is always on point with his style, right? Eddie is definitely committed to it, and I love the fact that you continue to evolve within your style, Eddie. Right? In the hope of freedom, you said no more chaos to do harm, right? The seed of positivity and humanity, right? Like if we planted more of those seeds, they would probably put Monsanto out of business. In the misplaced sun, anytime you write poems about missing something or someone, they're always going to be felt in such a way, right? That makes everyone marionette. It makes you puppeteer, honestly, because it's one of those types of poems that everyone can experience and has experienced in some way. So I appreciate you for doing those things and being very gentle with the touches on those things. Appreciate you, Eddie, for setting us off this evening. Listen, Starship is underway, folks. Let's keep it going. Coming up next, listen, when this artist comes through, you can believe that they are going to pull you into what they do because they speak with a level of fervency that I think we all just enjoy. The one and only Dr. Z Page is in the building. Let these folks know where they can find you. It is always great to see you. Please take it away.
Thanks. This is a new one I wrote this week because it's a special 5-year anniversary for me. There was this post I saw online today that I just really liked. It's trauma does not make people stronger. It damages their nervous system. It hijacks their digestive tract. It keeps the person in a constant loop of hypervigilance. To tell someone they are stronger because of trauma is to deny what it has cost them to survive. That's Nate Postlethwaite. And I'm called resilient so much, and I hate that as a compliment because it implies a choice where the only choice I had is surviving versus death. This one's called Goodnight Moon. Your face is my moon. You're the last light I'll see before I tighten the noose. Where's my north without you? Experts can predict who will kill themselves by leaping from the Golden Gate Bridge. It's in the eyes, the determination to face the scariest moment of their lives with finality. Does that make the rest of us cowards, failures beyond losing ourselves in all else? Regardless the outcome, that moment is earned, the achievement to overcome ravenous hurt. The world becomes constricted with tunnel vision. There are iterations of thought that lead to boundless catastrophization. Adrenaline blasts the mind to help forget how to fight. The hand trembles as it passes over the rope's ridges. The knees buckle, hoping the step stool will fall beneath them. The brain outpaces the lungs to create a whimpering sniffle. One last breath. This was my bookend. I spent that day feeling September's lost sun fading my skin as I faded away with cannabis. The fear to go on was more than the unknown, and I was already a ghost lingering in our foreclosed home. I choked your heart, thinking my punishment will cause you to die alongside me. Your tears inked my pen as I wrote a note to haunt you. What will you do if I let you go? I regret I was honest to the psychiatrist who involuntarily committed me from the ED, because back then I could buy bullets to release me from the pain. I remember you visiting, holding out our son to convince reason on me. I can't understand how I hated something so beautiful. I was too washed over with white walls, begging for PRN meds to help sleep past the alert bells and shouts from locked holes. Salaried charlatans watched me shower. They thought I'd drown in the trickling water that I repeatedly pushed a button to let fall. Rats will press the lever forever to capture their dopamine chaser. There was the night I swallowed a random population of pills and capsules. My nervous system erected stilts to escape my skin. Akaesthesia, they call it. A restlessness worse than being confined by ironed white coats. I was afraid to leave this hell because I didn't know what to expect from freedom. Every image is weakened by creating a secret we don't speak of because my religion wags its finger at actions. Is it the same sin to die than survive the stigma of suicide? God knows I tried. I don't need judgment because I have judged myself. Everything good I own is in the wake of tremendous loss. I'm satisfied with all I hold only 5 years after it's gone. The more massive the star, the hotter the core, and the shorter its life. We had love once before it rapidly exploded on impact with the earth. There remains a constellation of cloudy memories vanished by twilight, with your face at the center of my dreams. Thank you.
Oh, Yo, get your breath on that one. God. Unmute yourself. Give it up for Dr. Z. Hey.
Wow. That was powerful, man.
Oh,
Good
so
stuff, man.
powerful.
Rock solid. Rock
So
solid.
powerful.
That was
Yes.
solid.
Man.
Yeah.
100%. Solid. Yeah.
100%.
That was sweet. Doc, you are doing some of the toughest, hardest work I've been hearing lately. And,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and
Absolutely.
it's hard to imagine where, work, when one does work like that, it's hard to imagine where it's going to take you, but you just have to trust and imagine your way there. And it continues to be a privilege to hear your work here.
Yeah.
Amen.
I second that emotion.
Yep. Yeah. Third.
Fourth.
Fourth. This is great.
Oh,
I haven't been here in a while, so this is a treat.
Listen. So listen, thank y'all. I appreciate all of your commentary and your critique, community. Critique is not a bad word, right? Criticism is a bad word. Critique is not a bad word. But I thank you all for your willingness to share your thoughts with Dr. Z Page, right? And this is why I allow that to happen, because I want the artist to know what, not just me, right? Again, this is the greatest community in the world. You should know what your colleagues feel. You should know how your artwork is reaching the people you're trying to reach. And they're telling you, listen, I don't even listen. When you came out, even the muse for the piece, right? Trauma does not make people stronger, right? Like, you could put people in a room and they'll argue that for a few hours, right? Definitely, right? So in Good Night Moon, you said, your tears inked my pen as I wrote a letter to haunt you. Is that right? Damn it. But that is the work. Just as the Jedi Master said, that's the work. Can't understand how I hated someone so beautiful. I could tell you stories. Capture their dopamine chaser, right? They had a name for it, right? I didn't know what to expect from freedom. Everything I own is in the wake of tremendous loss. Folks, that's the work. As much as we want to talk about meadows and flowers and riding off into sunsets, it's those types of poems. It's that type of work that's actually healing. Thank you, Dr. Z Page, for doing what you do and sharing it with us. Truly, truly appreciate you. Coming up next, prepare yourself for an experience. Peace to the gods and the earth for the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. This gentleman came to do lots of things, right? Anytime that the god is dressed in white, you can prepare yourself for an experience. As I said, he came to do lots of things, but I guarantee you he didn't come here to tap dance. The one and only Baba Ngoma is in the building. Let these folks know where they can find you, God. It is always great to see you. Please, take it away. Hold up. We're not getting you yet. One second. We
There we go.
Boom.
Okay. It's great to see all of y'all. It's great to be here too. I was trying to deal with this theme for the night, and what I came up with is this poem. It's called Last Poem for Amiri B. Amiri B was Amiri Baraka, Imamu Amiri Baraka. And he had an organization called the Congress of African People and the Committee for a Unified Newark. He was responsible for helping to put on the first National Black Convention, where when we first started running people for mayor, okay? So he was like a part of that. And he also had a theater group called oh, wow, I'm blanking out and shit. Called Spirit House Movers and Players. And we would do plays all over the country and whatnot. And I was a part of the organization and a part of the Spirit House Movers and Players. We also had a couple of stores. And we also ran school. Okay, so anyway, this poem is for him. It's called One Last Poem for Amitty B. I got a second poem too. One last poem for Amitty B. Daughter hit me with the text saying Amitty B had left the building. I'm still trying to find words to express my funk. The pain was like having teeth ripped out with no anesthesia, leaving a hole that has no filling. Amitty was like another father to me. He named me Ngoma back in '71. I've been trying to live up to the attribute ever since. There's a pledge we took that's still tattooed to my consciousness. We are sworn African revolutionaries. We will make revolution or die. I've been soldiering since then. He taught us that culture is a weapon, so I stay strapped, fully loaded, slinging stones at Goliath, swinging my axe trying to knock down the walls of Jericho. But this poem ain't about me. This poem is about the master teacher, the legacy he left and the record that he set. It's about recognizing the fact that the truth will set you free. So the fact remains, we are still at war, and the battle ain't over. To see the way forward, remember the concept of Sankofa. Go back to your old-time religions, return to your ancestors' visions. Go to the crossroads and pray for a legba to open the way. And don't forget, freedom ain't free, and Kazi, work is the blackest of all. Now I realize this poem is sloganized, plagiarized, and cliche, but the last thing that I want to say is, don't mourn, organize. That's one. Just a second. track 80. I probably have done this poem on here before, but I'm gonna do it again. It's called This Bloody Business Called Music. Yeah, I haven't. Sorry. Something ain't right. Oh. Okay. Dip, 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 yo. Body, yeah. Sorry. Take me a minute here. Yeah, here we go. With all the shit that's going on with Puffy, I just thought this poem would be kind of like, you know. This bloody business called music. For Ella James, Don Cornelius, Whitney Houston, Michael Jackson, and Prince. Epigraph. You may not want to call it a conspiracy, but in my humble opinion, when famous artists' net worth becomes more when they're dead than when they're alive, their untimely death becomes very suspicious. If you look real good on a full moon night, they tell me you can see the buzzards circling Hollyweird when the spotlights go out. That's why it's called show business. But there's no show without the cash flow. So you're only as good as the platinum sale of your latest record, and the pressure starts long before the disc drops. On your mark, get set, bang! And the race is on to see if profit beats expenses to the finish line. Nobody gives a damn that it's all an illusion that you're stacking cash while drowning in debt, partying hard to wash away the pain of living alive. Everyone wants to be the judge, as the paparazzi collects photos where the exposure shows you're only human. The tabloids print lies about your life placed on the auction block, using the images like slaves assassinating character, a case without a trial. Or like Tupac, you only have a record now that you have a record deal and more money to escape with drugs and booze and sex and pills and flashy cars and big mansions that took the place of family. Each night when the curtains close, there's a new town with a mint on your pillow, a new chauffeur, a new limo, a new stage and another spotlight waiting. Producers, hangers-on and bill collectors shape-shift into vampires, sucking creative blood from veins. Welcome to the dark side with everyone begging for a ride on your merry-go-round. Life becomes a circus, but the credit card's maxed out. Nobody told you that the royalties are done. You don't own the rights to the songs, too high to read the small print in the contract. As everyone wants to be the judge and the jury of how a well-paid doctor and a handful of pills were the answer to the question that nobody took the time to ask. Meanwhile, the producer counts the cash before they pull your dead, drenched carcass from the pool, and the beat goes on. Ka-ching.
I tried to explain to y'all that cat came to do lots of shit, everything except tap dance. Unmute yourself, give it up for Baba Ngoma.
Dude, that was hot. That was just
Yeah.
hot.
That was awesome.
Yeah, man.
Baba, taking out the keys.
Man,
Hollywood.
I'm glad I came in on that one, baby.
Likewise.
man,
Yeah,
wonderful.
thanks for doing all that scatting. It's great
got
to
the right
hear you
voice for
really
it.
work your voice like that. Really,
Yes.
really beautiful scat work, Ngoma.
Yeah.
That first piece you did, I just really was totally blown over by that. And I just want just take a second to say something about the Nuyorican Poets Cafe as a place where this is one of the highest values it holds, is this Afrocentric aesthetic of really going against, defiance of an oppressive situation and just speaking that straight out, that just really would make the founders of the cafe have huge grins on to hear you doing that kind of work. And that second piece, that was wonderful. That's what happens when a corporation gets a hold of art and creativity. It provides many more examples than are needed of the people it will brutalize and waste. There's just an endless story of that kind of brutality.
I don't know what the heck I did.
They McDonald's everything they get their
Yeah.
name.
I'm with Skiff all the way on that. He took it right out of my mouth, man. It's like watching a mini feature when you're on there, Baba. It's just incredible. You had me at the scat and you kept me going, but it's like a mini feature every time you come on. I never know what I'm going to get, but I'm always satisfied. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Listen, I tried to explain it to y'all, right? But I think the count was about 6 this evening, maybe 5 different instruments. We got a chance to see him play, including his own voice. listen, what you do, God, is crazy. He even taught, listen, I got homework to do on top of the homework that I already got to do. A spirit house movers and players. Like I gotta, dig. And one last poem for Amiri B. Listen, and I've spoken with the God about my influence or Amiri's influence on me, and and knowing this, right? It's always one of those things, man. And I'm just blessed to know the God, man. Like he said, I'm still trying to find words to express my funk. He named me Ngoma back in 71. For those of you who may not know, I wasn't even around yet. I wasn't even a glimmer in Pop's eye yet, right? But he's been, I'm just thankful. I'm thankful for what you do, for being a true African revolutionary. He said, I've been soldiering since then, fully loaded, slinging my stones at Goliath, right? Shout out to master teacher Sankofa. For those of you who are not familiar with the Adinkra symbols, right? The West African Adinkra symbols or the Kwanzaa principles, right? Learn about it. Sankofa is about going back, right? It's about going forward, but also reaching back to make sure that you don't forget about where you're from. Freedom ain't free. Don't mourn, organize, right? The bloody business called music. Listen, I was in music for a long time. I studied, I read about the music business, and it is absolutely bloody. The pressure starts long before the disc drops. The next generation may not understand what the disc drop means, right? But you could easily replace disc with stream, and it works perfect, right? Like that's it. The producer counts the cash, 100%. The artists are too high to read the small print in the contracts. That's an absolute fact. Appreciate you, Baba, for what you do. Listen, for what you do and all that you do and how you do it. Before we move on, let me shout out a couple of folks. I don't expect nobody. Listen, we still trying to rebuild the microphone and stage that he just burned down. So let me give the stage crew a couple seconds. Shout out Nina, who was getting down at the Bowery Slam, right? Who was scheduled to get down with us this evening, but is unable to make it. So shout out Nina. Shout out Marianne Teff. All right, Marianne reached out this evening. Marianne won't be able to rock with us this evening, but sending all kind of positive energy her way. Shout out Dr. Gail Fan from JMU. All the folks from JMU, what's good? Good to see you. If you repping JMU, throw it up in the chat this evening. Appreciate y'all for coming through. Y'all got one of the dopest professors in the world. Shout out Dr. Gail Fan. Listen, Lumpen Poet is in the building. Apollo 517. What's good, Poet? Shout out Poet Radio. Shout out Kiera. Shout out Grace and Letitia and Eliza and Alexander. Olivia's in the building. Bailey's in the building. Jake Forrester is here. Eliana, I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Deidre's here. Gabby, Sophia, CJ, Nick Salazar, and Gabriella. Listen, y'all got the dopest professor around, man. You know what I mean? Listen, I appreciate him for bringing y'all through. Make sure you show him love. Oh, R.R. Tut is in the building too. Listen, R.R. Tut is a bad mother. Shut your mouth. Ran across that cat last night. Again, shout out Poet Radio, man. Shout out Poet Organization, man. It's heavyweight work. All right, let's keep it going. Coming up next, this artist. Listen, I love when this artist comes through. She always has such a beautiful perspective, and the way that she writes about her perspective, it really is going to get you. Prepare yourself. The one and only Bonnie Soloway is in the building. Let these folks know where they can find you. It is always great to see you, Bonnie. Please take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm on B Soloway on all social media. And this poem is just, sometimes you start writing and you're not really sure where it's going to go. And it just keeps telling a story. So what can I say? This one's called Florida Fauna. I miss the little lizards who visited every day, doing push-up dances before my cats chased them away. I love to watch the ducks as they splash land on the ponds, and the way their baby ducklings follow mama right along. I even miss the geese who make themselves at home with their daunting honk-like chatter when disrupted on their roams. I miss the summer rains, the ones with downpours hard and quick, steam rising off streets of asphalt, sun-drying sidewalks lickety-split. I miss the morning sound of sprinklers on everybody's lawns and the grown-up canopies of live oak trees that block the blazing sun. Can't say I miss those Florida roaches, some call palmetto bugs. They're creatures you dispose of once in your kitchen sink or tub. It takes some steely nerves to corner and kill the Florida roach. Once you hear that squishy death crunch, you know their lives are toast. I feel likewise about the snakes who slither under the tightest spaces, not to mention the large and unpredictable Florida alligators. Living mainly in bodies of water, they're the ones who eat small dogs. You know they're close when you hear their males' deep growl mating calls. But the ones I'll never miss are that type of human fauna who display Confederate flags with pride and Nazi symbols for angst and trauma. The ones who hated President Obama, the gall of a brilliant man who sought paths of opportunity for those in need in our homeland. These fauna don't want rights for all. They're picky in that way. They'll be the ones to decide who you can love and to whom you'll pray. White-skinned people are their favorites. Brown, black, yellow, most immigrants and the Jews engender thoughts and acts of hatred, if not someday more abuse. Be it fear or plain stupidity, these Florida fauna types are bad. They're packing for a time they can take the law into their own hands. Racial hatred's nothing new, though many decades held at bay, until a cultish fascist leader condoned the abhorrence of their ways. I made a move to California, not saying that hate's not here, but in open carry Florida, evil operates more unencumbered, right out in the clear. California has a detailed plan to counter anti-Semitism's rise, part of the state's expanded agenda to hasten ethnic and religious hate's demise. Florida just recently passed a bill defining what anti-Semitism means. Those Florida faunas revere their golf and football, not so much world history. Florida's still banning books in schools more than other states, as if rejecting George Floyd's death and Black Lives Matter means they didn't take place. California, on the other hand, banned all book bans in public schools, providing students access to truth and intellect expanding tools. Never been much of a numbers girl, but my favorite Florida ban has to be 54 math books alleged to have depicted the values of CRT. Neo-Nazi demonstrations of masked men chanting "Jews get the rope" with swastika banners on Florida overpasses would get the governor's reaction, one would hope. His silence after each event spoke clearly to where he stood. When pressed, he denounced his political enemies, not the Nazis, as he damn well should. Hate crimes, when ignored, grows an ever-widening net. It might be immigrants and Jews today, but like dominoes, others will fall to false precepts. Ethnicities, religion, sexual preferences, gender identity, women's rights, and more. Caught in the trap of fascist ideology for what you say, what you write, or who you are. To those who think it couldn't happen here, it's going on quite strong today, especially in other dictatorships under which people have no say. For now, I'll have to leave those Florida fauna types behind, the ones who thwart free voting rights and kiss Trump's grotesquely large behind. When we vote in this election, we're not voting for just you or me. We're voting for America's freedom and, however imperfect, to save democracy. California matches my essence and my social philosophy, but alas, my vote's more needed in Florida. I vote Duval County absentee. Thank you.
Spit that Duval County shit, Bonnie. Unmute yourself. Give it up for Bonnie's followers.
Yeah.
You know, that was great.
That was great. That was great, love.
It is so great to see.
Thank
so great
you.
to see you coming out of your shell, Bonnie. Really is. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy, yeah.
Great to see
Yeah,
the
well,
change.
what are you being so shy about? Come on.
Exactly.
I love the way it started out with nice little ducks in the pond. I thought it was going to be this cute little poem, and all of a sudden she steps on the gas.
Tell him why you mad. Tell him why you mad.
Yeah. Did you say squishy death crunch?
I did.
I did say Death Crunch. I was getting to that plug. I was getting to the Death Crunch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. Thank you guys so much. Loved it. That's what it's like there.
It's important, you know, for us to get the real work, right? I believe I was rapping with Inspiration. Shout out Inspiration about hearing the real work. You know what I'm saying? Just about hearing the real work. Like we're tired of hearing this political banter, right? This political smoke screen up coolos. We're tired, right? We've had it. We've heard it. We want the pulse of the people, and that's what this is. Right? That's where we are now. And I appreciate all of you so much for being willing and fearless enough. Listen, all of these folks in here, we are watch list members, folks, just in case you didn't know, all right? Like I've already been censored, folks, so I don't give a filth flarn about what they do. You know what I'm saying? But when you start talking that real, this is why you got the reaction that you got, Bonnie, right? Even all the way, you right, some of us channeling Gustav in this building. Rest in peace to the Magus, man. For real, right? It's something about that, right? When you wake up, as you said, in the Florida fauna, and I love how you flip the Florida fauna into the fuckery that they have going on down there. I love it, right? I love it. The morning sounds of sprinklers, right? And there is something about that, right? That very syncopated rhythm about that. It's like, what are they preparing us for? This is the calm before the storm, right? Can't say I miss those roaches. Listen, I was telling someone recently a story about roaches on a city bus, right? That death crunch is very real. They you know, but then you get to the people, right? To whom you'll pray, and the Florida fauna types, and they fancy football, not so much world history. Like, come on. And they're not even good at fancying football. Just saying. Just saying. The banning the math books because they, you know, hint or dabble on CRT. Got to get it somewhere. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Bonnie. Continue to write those things. Continue to scream at the top of your lungs because we are listening. Appreciate you. Coming up next, this incredible artist. And listen, I saw him midway through go and grab his instrument. And I'm telling you, listen. I love when this cat has his instrument because he helps us to put our week in balance. Shout out Deneen. The one and only Joski C is in the building, y'all. Let these folks know where they can find you, Joski. It is always great to see you. Come on, Joski. Take it away.
Coming through.
Sounding like a rock star as always, baby. Take it away.
Wonderful, wonderful. So I've got some new shit tonight. So J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's running mate, has recently been telling lies about the Haitian immigrant population of Springfield, Ohio, which has resulted in amazing chaos and widespread bomb threats, closing schools. Won't retract it. So this is a haiku. J.D. bigotry. J.D. bigotry creates stories, creates lies, bomb threats, terrorize. And one more for J.D. Vance. This is called Hacia. J.D. Vance tells us Haitians come from Hacia. Fucking idiot. And this next piece, I brought this through here as a poem earlier, but it seems to be wanting to morph into a song. This is called Bridge, and it's about the ship that crashed into the bridge in Baltimore, and the shipping company was kind of trying to blame the bridge. So this is called Bridge. Is it the ship, or is it the bridge? Is it the car, or is it the kid? Is it the bomb, or is it the town? What the is going down? What the is going down? What the is going down? Is it the bullet, or is it the wound? Blood cells dry, they've died too soon. Is it the war, or hatred's fault? What the is going down? What the is going down? What the is going down? Is it the flag, or is it the pole? Is it the ass, or is it? Or is it, or is it? Is it the tears, or is it the rain? Politics of the insane. Who can hide from genocide? What the is going down? What the is going down? What the is going down?
Joski's a damn genius. I'm just saying, like, that dude's incredible. Unmute yourself, give it up for Joski C.
Yes.
Joski C.
Wow, baby, that
One and
was
only.
bittersweet, sweet.
Hey.
Bittersweet.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Just in case you didn't get it, it said, "What the fuck is going down?" Just clearing the air.
Yeah. I think we got it.
I just want to make sure there's no one in the room that missed that. I understand though.
Everybody didn't catch the translation.
Sometimes you just
Shout
gotta be
out for
fucking. Sometimes
haiku.
you gotta make sure you don't put that little warning label on the thing so they can find the record
Ain't no
too.
censorship, folks. Hey,
We want those
Amen.
14-year-olds to hear his music.
That's the church version.
I said no censorship at the beginning, folks. Listen, man. What? How you do what you do, sir? And I love the fact that you really, really put it back into their laps, right? Even with the first haiku, right? You called it JD bigotry, and you mentioned the word terrorize. And I love the fact that you're throwing that back in their laps, right? Because that's not a word that's normally associated with that side of the aisle or any side of the aisle. But I appreciate you for throwing that in there, truly. He said the people of Haiti come from Hacia? What the hell? What rock were you born under, boy? And in the song, he said, and I don't know if y'all caught this one either. This had me dying. He said, is it the flag or is it the pole? Is it the ass or is it the hole? Like, come on. I don't know which one is which, right? but it smells like shit. Yeah, man, listen, I appreciate you, Joski, for doing what you do. You always help to put our weekend back. Truly appreciate you. All right, coming up next, all the way out across the pond. Where is this cat? Did I miss him? I don't. Oh, of course I didn't. Of course, he's got the beautiful bridge. The most eloquent writer I know. This gentleman does some incredible things with words. So prepare yourself for the one and only lantern carrier in the building. Let these folks know where they can find you, Lantern. It is always great to see you, brother. Please take it away.
My brother, it's all in the chat. That which does not exist cannot come into being, says Sri Krishna. That which exists can never cease to be. Seen in this light, Martin Scorsese's biographical crime drama, Goodfellas, is only playing out the demonic ghosts and shadows of the human struggle. Gangsters and fraudsters are real. They existed in the Persian, Phoenician, Babylonian, and Nubian empires and exist in the world today. Pileggi's Wise Guy, the book telling the story of the mafiosi as experienced by Henry Hill and company, are no different. Certainly actors like Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci were superb in the mafia-style operations, but are lesser known in the banking system, the drug companies, the politicians who would stay there welcome for so long that it becomes easy to hide what is ours in the offshore bank accounts. Goodfellas, based on a real story, is making us aware of plunderers, launderers, and pirates, painted as mafia, but hidden in the subtlety of big pharma, corporates, presidents, prime ministers who make billions from drugs like vaccines and land and human resources taken either by stealth or the use of power and propaganda. Those we at one time considered heroes like Royals, Churchill, and Cecil Rhodes were effectively complicit in the erasure of our freedom fighters and activists by successfully painting them as persona non grata to those still chained to the captivity of ignorance. Did Austrians go to the moon? Did Columbus discover America? Were those responsible for 9/11 ever caught? Or are the indigenous people of varying lands the savages that movies portray them to be? More importantly, what has happened to their gold and diamonds, ancient relics, science, agriculture, and astrological accomplishments? Gangsters are effectively racketeers who would use any means necessary not only to steal and plunder like tornadoes, but distort truth, which includes history. Goodfellas is regarded as one of the greatest films ever made, particularly in the gangster genre, and was deemed culturally, historically, or aesthetically significant, selected for preservation in the National Film Registry by the United States Congress. This just does not happen unless humans identify with or acknowledge the heinous cruelty of our own inherent nature. Some fraudsters began as fences, progressing from nightclubs, carousing with women, to swindles on the internet, before venturing into more serious crime. It is the same old story of humans carrying the inner demons of greed and ego of which Christ spoke. Meanwhile, we have war on all fronts, in lands rich in natural resources, rarely reported by the media, as it is in the corporate interest to siphon away the spoils, while some die in secret cells created by the callous and those brave enough to speak out are silenced. Love is veiled, like the occult, in the hearts of humans, and until it surfaces to bring joy like an embryo does to a mother's post-delivery, until avarice disperses like clouds, humans will continue to have crime families and become experts at exploiting each other. lantern carrier. Thank you.
This dude just does that shit. I'm telling you, he just does that shit. Unmute yourself. Give it up for Lantern Carrier.
Oh yes, Lantern.
Awesome.
Oh,
Lantern, that was outside the box for you, man.
Yeah.
But even
Yeah.
in your delivery, you could still hear the love and the kindness.
Yeah,
So how
that's
do you
true.
do this? How do you
true.
Yeah.
How do you do that? I mean, it's like oh man, that was so much work in there, so much
Brother
information.
man.
Got a little bit of
Brother
Baba
man.
in there, a little bit of Bonnie.
Those are some
Yes.
words that's missing from the Bible, bro. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
good work, Lantern. And my God, the amount of work that was in there too. That's good work.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Lantern, it's good to hear you put your eye on those things with, the kind of, I'm going to say spiritual authority you have. So it's good to hear you focus on that just this once.
Yeah. Lantern goes for the deep dive.
Listen, ever since Don Corleone, who spoke so softly, you know what I mean? I guess I just made Lantern an offer he couldn't refuse. And he really came through with the real gangster shit this evening. Like he really talked that gangster shit. Like for real, he mentioned De Niro and Pacino and Pesci and right? Like the demonic ghosts and shadows of the human struggle, right? He went straight to the mafiosos. He went straight to it, right? They make billions from drugs like vaccines. This is like, no. The real gangsters. I know they like portrayed it, you know what I mean? I know they wanted to do that, but let's talk about the real good fellas, the real ones. This is what I love about what Lantern does, because he does this, right? Make them persona non grata. Like, I can't remember the last time I heard somebody say that, persona non grata. Like, damn it, but Lantern did it. Were those responsible for 9/11 ever caught? But the film itself, Goodfellas, you said was significant enough it was selected for the film registry of the US, right? But it is just a reflection of our own inherent nature. While we have war on all fronts, Hollyweird, shout out to God, is only focusing on trying to distract us. And then if they think you're not distracted, here comes a political debate. Appreciate you for doing what you do, and how you do it, man. And really, it's wicked late in the UK, but he continues to do it. Appreciate you, Lantern. I gotta get your manuscript in my hands too. All right, coming up next, couple more, and we'll go to halftime. Coming up next, I told y'all storytellers are in the building. This next incredible poet, author of some of the most incredible books that I've seen. I'm telling you what, when I tell you the storytellers are in the building, I'm telling you this cat does this for real. I like to call him the Vincent Price of poetry. The one and only Ike Waltz is here. Let these folks know where they can find you, Ike. It is always great to see you. Please take it away.
And I have a collection of Baroque poetry, which has nothing to do with Goodfellas. The Baroque writing style can be recognized by an abundance of ornate descriptive details and a fondness for complex sentences, at times spanning multiple paragraphs. Let me read a piece by Arthur Rimbaud, 1870, translated into English hence after Rimbaud. For Roman. June night. 17. And you let yourself get drunk. The sub happens to be champagne, which went straight to to my head. Am I wandering? Do I feel a kiss on my lips, which quivereth there like something small, but alive? And now, when Baroque turns into Baroque, don't be afraid, you Yiddishly klein, green pea, rosy peeking tit. I surely will find your pussy and Yiddishly saucy schnitt. Poets and thousand kisses are at best for no reason at any season. Longing will try to pray the gate to fate wide open, early morn, noon, delight, or lately at night. Eyes closed, see no lies. I caress imagination until your skin responds in waves of pleasure with every touch we make. Fierce thrust streams, pleasure and trust beyond eternity. Darling angel, let me toy the you. When the perfume tingles and jingle balls jingle, don't mention what to say. Say no to if it's or buts. Let the why collide in infamy when yours leads mine. Satisfaction is the ultimate fine. Let our breathing exhale ever so hot. Let the trumpet jubilate. Take me as I am. Violence make me cry forever sly. It's ecstasy and unshackled joy. Take me, oh my cello. Tune in and tune the out around, that the light deep inside will tell. The bass and the oboe tremble alike. The tuba fires up that cosmic task. Te-re, te-re. Gloria, Gloria, Glorie. And all ends in the piccolo's releasing that high five, thigh enhancement by that disarming rhythm of that drummer's monotonous snaring crescendo, all in a mind-blowing play after play after play. And the juices finally flow, we rest in that warming sticky puddle, caressing our skin, enjoying that ultimate loving sensual cuddle. We hold us so very, very tight, so very naked, so very pure for the world to feel. Let us breathe. Let us love. Let us be alive. Thank you.
You know, because sometimes just being alive is enough, man. Unmute yourself. Give it up for Ike. Whoa!
Yes, Ike.
Beautiful.
Woo! Amazing
Man.
stuff. Just amazing.
Let us be alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that last line. That's amazing.
Listen, I told y'all, Ike is one of those cats. Ike really focuses on his craft. As I've said, he is the author of multiple books, and I'm sure there's some more coming. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting on the next email that says, "Oh, there is another Ike Waltz book on its way to you." Like I'm looking forward to that. Serious business. Because Ike is one of those cats, man. He never ceases to amaze. Satisfaction is the ultimate find. And that's what we feel when we get a chance to hear Vincent Price rip like that, right? Even your community is on you, right? We rest in that sticky puddle, right? I surely will find you, pussy. I surely will. Like the way that you put your stories together, Ike, and the fervency with which you rip it. And then you have the nerve to like put music in there, right? And then you flip languages in there. You're pretty incredible, sir. Thank you. Thank you for sharing all of your artistry with us. All right. one more artist, and then we're going to go to halftime. Coming up next, the Jedi Master is in the building. The only artist that I know who is in the original Nuyorican Poets Cafe anthology, allowed from the Nuyorican Poets Cafe. Shout out Inspiration, got it in the window. This incredible artist continues to do it and do it and do it well. The one and only Paul Skiff is in the building. Let these folks know where they can find you. It is always great to see you. Please take it away.
Oh, thanks, Elemental. I am on IG, Skiffgram. I just have a bunch of short things and then sort of the main act poem. So let me just get going on these. It's about 8 or 10 of these one-sentence poems. What is the responsibility of no, I don't, yes, you do, forgot does not exist? The next one is, what would happen if you were pissing into the wind, but the wind dodged? The next one is, can we remember each other at the same time? Or is that coincidence forgetting we would not know it? The next one is infinitesimal. The where did you go? Indestructible. Can't get your hands on it. Satisfaction of let's see here. The next one is, on paper, reality looks reduced to touchable, maybe. But off paper, the feeling has its hands all over your insides, like outside holds the hand of knowing. When this is figured out, realization is metaphysically hard to touch. Then perhaps could be almost. The next one is worry, worry, worry slips away in a ringtone from back to normal. The next one is there aren't easier, excuse me. Let's try that again. There aren't easier things to think than, I don't know. The next one is, where did the poem go but in not doing? The next one is slightly longer. This morning, the mosquito I slapped flat against the wall of the sink would not go down the drain, no matter how much I splashed at it. The blood sucker was like predatory parts of capitalism. The robocall, the service charge, the introductory offer that inflates afterwards, the product warning, the list of carcinogenic ingredients approved by the government, the junk mail offer, the social network platform that gets you to provide content so they make a bajillion dollars while you pay your internet bill, the industry that toxifies whole civic populations, the baby crib's wrongful death. No matter how much you avoid them, they will still just not go away. Get down that drain, you fucking mosquito. And then the main act for this evening. What if our dreams themselves have dreams so you could wake up somewhere and be in a vision place 2 dreams away from morning? Could anger have its own anger so you would be a witness to an argument between an irritation and annoyance, but only feel a mad distance? Would that be a shout duet clash with a backstory made of a double aggravation echo? Might there be love felt by love for another person's love loving? Would that be a love chase through a love tangle? How would a happiness felt by happy feel? Would it be like hearing a bird sing in the distance? Like an ear tickle felt in the pelvis? Is it possible for ambition to be ambitious about reaching a goal higher than itself that could make effort a miracle of need, so wanting stands alone among emptiness in identity's starting place? Could curiosity be a whim, curious sails on the atmosphere needing to know transforms when it rises in careful to be inquisitive about the abstruse surrounding us as everything we cannot touch with precisely accurate experience, exciting as a void strangely empty needed to replace what is between us and the unrevealed, so who knows is now more than the place where an answer is? What would happen if a question got questioned before asking? Would possessing an answer fall out the back door on needing to know and end up with nothing but being lost in an alley, curious where what was going to be asked forgot why its lack of knowledge provoked initiative to overcome itself, had intended to seek as a way to better understand? Could not having anything to do with anything be a relative of nothing, but not be realized? When an important issue is preoccupied by an important issue, that takes away its gravity. So weightlessness makes relevance float, like laughter is a relief we cannot do anything about, is the value of concern dizzied or sharpened in frustration that simply caring is not enough? When there is an answer to the answer, what happens with being correct? Does it need to choose between two rights and make a wrong the byproduct of not being so sure? The danger to danger that is in danger dangerizes dangerous. So you had better pay attention to all the consequences in between, risky and harmful, before your pain is owned by injury as a hazard of the gap that creates a relationship organized by what if and the worst. So, I mean, are poems like a big bang for paradox where they get scorched into non-things that sneak into themselves, just like you sneak into yourself when you think or dream or feel? You tell me, hey, you know better than I do what hides you in your silence. Thank you.
I continue to say this cat continues to do this at such a high level. Unmute yourself. Give it up. Big Paul.
Wow.
Wow.
Amazing.
Just wow. Just wow.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
I just got out of class from Philosophy 404, man. That was great.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah,
You got
that was
there with the book.
exactly what I was
Oh,
thinking,
that's
bro.
the anthology. Paul, that's
Bro.
amazing. I mean, so much information just in 3 of the words you used. And you used about
I was gonna
the amount of
say that.
information you could pack into just each line is mind-boggling. You have to go on a ride. You have to go on. You put us all on a surfboard and you throw a wave at us.
Yeah, I was going to say that
first,
the
though?
three
The wave or the
words that he
surfboard?
used were what, is, and are. And everything that came after that was just a ride into something beautiful, man. It's just incredible. Incredible. Like always.
Listen, this is what I love about our community, right? I know I'm a tad bit biased, but you get real genuine artistry in this building. So thank you, Jedi Master. Listen, even the short pieces, right? Forgot does not exist. But the wind dodged. He's like, if you're pissing in the wind and the wind dodged, like, come on. Satisfaction of right? Like outside holds the hands of knowing. Where did the poem go? But in not doing. Get down the damn drain, you freaking mosquito. What if our dreams have dreams? That kind of messed me up, right? We're 2 dreams away from morning, right? Could curiosity be a whim, right? Could not having anything to do with anything be a relative of nothing? What the hell? The answer to an answer, like make a wrong a byproduct of not being so sure, like the poem, a big bang to the parrot, like you just do what you do, sir. And we truly appreciate what you do. Listen, right before I'm gonna get ready to pass it over to Ron. Also, make sure you are plugging in with the Nuyorican Symphony. This is an amazing piece of art. All right, if you can get your hands on this, please do. Before we move on, listen, I also wanted to shout out Angelina. Angelina's on her way home. I saw her on the public transportation getting to where she's getting to, but still plugged in. Appreciate you for that. Truly. Yeah, for real. She getting to it. Like, listen, that's dedication, right? If you've been in public, and she repping hard. Let's go. Come on, Angelina. That's how you do it. Appreciate you. Truly. Listen. Before we move on, I'm going to pass it to the dopest tech in the Zoom verse, the one and only Ron Mark Thompson, a.k.a. RMT. You're not down with RMT by now, damn it. You should be. Ron, how you feeling this evening?
I'm feeling okay. Another powerful night, how amazing poetry. And it's amazing to listen, to hearing Joski C curse, that I don't remember in the last few years if I ever heard him cursing. Maybe I put it out of my mind, but that's how powerful. Well, what a great night. Thank you so much, Elemental, for hosting again here on Thursday evenings. Hello, everyone. I am Ron Mark Thompson, the tech assistant in the background, and also one of the program team members of the Nuyorican Poets Cafe. And I may be quiet during the session. It is because I'm, making sure that everything on the tech end works all right. And on that note, Elemental and I already had to kick out somebody who wasn't so nice and who was trolling us a few minutes ago. So as Elemental said at the beginning, we will take care of our community. If you're here for the wrong reasons, you will not stay and we will kick you out, which we had to do. On that note, this week is one of our rare weeks where tonight is the last live program of the Nuyorican Poets Cafe of the week. But next week, and if you stick around for just another minute, literally every day we have a program going on. If you don't believe me, just wait a few seconds. In the meantime, if in the next 4 days you wanna listen to something from the Nuyorican Poets Cafe, why not go back on our YouTube channel and Facebook page? All the previous recordings from the online open mics are there. Including tonight, which is live streaming right now. So thank you everyone who's watching us live right now. But if you missed it, or if you want to rewatch your own performance, just go back on our YouTube channel and Facebook page and you can see and watch the video. Also, there is our Beatniks on the Road series. Most recent video is from last month, featuring poets from New Orleans. And next week is already the last Tuesday of the month. So we're going to release a new episode. So if you haven't caught up with the previous Beatniks episodes, you can watch them for free online on our YouTube channel or Facebook page. Also online, we are currently holding a monthly poetry slam workshop. So if you always wanted to learn how to participate in a poetry slam, why not check us out? That one is free, thanks to Poets and Writers. Second Tuesday of every month. Next one is in October, and that one is hosted by Tony McPherson, who is our Final Friday Slam host. On that note, sorry, just catching my thoughts here. So, these are all the online offerings currently, but next week, and I'm not kidding you, every day we have a program, public program, that so you can pick and choose or come to all of them if you can make it. As Elemen2al mentioned, Monday, our next Nuyorican Bowery Slam. Every week, Mondays, 6:30 p.m. doors open, 7 p.m. the show starts. Every winner from Monday moves on to compete in the monthly Final Friday Slam, and next week is September 27, is the last Friday of the month. Tony McPherson is not available to host, so our other host, Felicia Kate, aka Rice Felicia, is guest hosting that night, and Luna Rosa, who is one of the Monday alternating hosts, will provide our DJ music that night. That one is taking place at the Puerto Rican Traveling Theater in Midtown Manhattan. You can get tickets on our website, on our ticket sites. Tuesday is our second of 6 free writing workshops with the New York Public Library. That one will be on the Bronx in the Highbridge Library, facilitated by Cap. She is an amazing poet, and she also happens to be one of our program team members, my colleague at the Nuyorican Poets Cafe. You do not have to go to all of them. Each workshop is its own distinct writing session. They are free. You can get the free RSVP links on our ticket site, or just show up at the library and they will welcome you and admit you in to attend the workshop. More are coming up, as you can see in the next weeks, all in celebration of Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month. On Wednesday is our last free summer open mic at La Sala de Pepe, which is a gallery and art space in the Lower East Side, 2 blocks from where our cafe is located. That one is hosted by Brian Acosta Aria. I know Paul Skiff has been there. Lenton has visited there. I've been there once. I'm going to try to make it next Wednesday as well. It is a beautiful space. Come on out if you can make it. It's in the Lower East Side in Manhattan. You will enjoy it. Everyone and everything is welcome. Poetry, music, comedy bits, stories. Bring whatever you can. That's next week, Wednesday, September 25th at 6 p.m. Thursday, of course, is our online open mic. Friday, as I mentioned, the Final Friday Slam. And then Saturday, which is September 28th. We took a summer break in July and August, but now we are finally back together with Writopia Lab, our next teenage open mic. Free for teenagers. Parents, we request if you can donate a little bit so we can keep those programs free for teenagers. So come on out if you want to either perform or if you want to attend in the audience. That's at PNT Netwear in the Soho neighborhood, also just a few blocks from where the cafe is located in Manhattan. And then Sunday, I told you, every day next week. Sunday, we are going back to Staten Island. We actually been to Brooklyn earlier this week, 2 days ago. Brian hosted our first ever open mic in Brooklyn at Mark's Bar. And then next week on Sunday, the 29th, we are returning to Staten Island. Our second time we are collaborating with That's Right Open Mic. That's on Canal Street in Staten Island on Sunday, the 29th, 7 p.m. And that one is a $10 ticket entry. And you can perform or be in the audience. So check us out for that. And for any on all of these events, we're going to have more coming up in October. I forgot to mention Lois Cider Community Center. We are back. We also took a summer break there, but next month on October 2nd, we are holding an open house with the Lois Cider Center, and we are bringing back our Women Orators Wednesdays open mic. The first one is free. It is not in our ticket calendar, but mark your calendar, Wednesday, October 2nd, 6 p.m. Rice Felicia will host that. Go to our link tree for all of our social media sites. And if you have not signed up with our mailing list, go ahead and click on the link in the link tree, or go to our calendar, nuyorican.org/calendar. That one leads you straight to our ticket site, and there you can see all free and ticketed events, whether they are online or in person. So we do look forward to continue seeing you and seeing everyone. And on that note, it is great to see a performer return who I believe we just met last week. He is listed here on Zoom as Craig Lawson, but his stage name is I Inspiration. I'm making sure I got that right. Welcome back. I did. Thank you so much. Craig, or I Inspiration, welcome back, zooming in from Wisconsin. We really appreciated you last week. Let everyone know where we may follow you, and then you know how it goes by now. The next 3 minutes are all yours.
No, please. All right, so you can follow me under Craig Larson on Facebook. You can follow me under Inspiration 1899 on IG. That's IN.SPIRATION 1899. Or my YouTube is Inspiration with a dash between the I and the N 1978. You can also find me here in Wisconsin at our Wordsmith Wednesdays event every first and third Wednesday of the month. Or you can actually call in. You mentioned October 2nd. That's when our next show is. And we have a call-in number of 605-562-0444 with an ID number of 93155 and a PIN number of 1. And then we unmute the line and we get callers in from all over the place. Elemen2al was on there last night. James was on there, aka the plug. And yeah, it's a nice show. It's a very nice show. And that's where you can find me at. One day you will find me out in New York at the Poets Cafe. A couple years when it gets renovated. So I guess I'll go into.
We will welcome you when that happens, though. I'm gonna hold you to that. Thank you.
I got a friend I'll be coming with that's originally from Brooklyn, goes by Brooklyn Lloyd Dixon. So that's one of his things he always wanted to do is be in that building. So maybe we'll take the trip together. Maybe we'll come out as the Poet Organization, which I'm a president of here in the Wisconsin chapter, and that James, aka the plug, Hamilton, is also a member of. Apollo 517 is watching live on YouTube. He's my vice president, and maybe we'll come out. We'll take a whole journey out there. Maybe hit up Jamie Bond or something and see what's going on. But yeah, so I got a piece. I got a piece tonight I'd like to do. I call it Bliss, and I'm gonna revamp it a little bit. So, Goodfellas was my dream, so I stood bold. I did the opposite of everything that I was told. So I had friends like Jesus, and I've had friends like Judas. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the dead, for they watch my back like that third eye in the back of my head. And I don't label my beliefs by religion. I just believe. I pray over my food, and I pray before I go to sleep. I converse with my maker, and I thank him as my alarm goes off and my spirit awakens so I may proceed with life and carry out his mission. See, I've figured out my reason for surviving all my trials and tribulations. I mean, after 3 attempts at suicide, I figured out that I was sent to be a messenger. That's right, 3 times, no lie. So I figured there's got to be a reason for this madness, right? So now I embrace life and I hold it tight like that of a memory of a 9-year-old. I'm keeping blinders on. I'm staying focused like a deer stuck in the middle of the road staring at your car because the bright lights are on. But I'm determined, like Martin Luther King Jr. about his dream. I'm marching forward like a soldier, proud and strong. I'm a believer, a seer, and though, like I said in the previous poem about life, I'm also a healer. So after 3 attempts at suicide, 2 ODs, numerous encounters with death, the message was sent, signed, sealed, delivered. So now I'm here to reveal my true meaning of life on this Thursday night in the Zoom verse. In the Zoom verse with the Nuyorican Poets Cafe. In the Zoom verse, I am tonight seeing another sighting of the moon. That's right, another year. So to everyone in this room, I had to say that we all have a common interest and a common goal to relax the mind and furthermore understand the soul. So let's spread the word about our entertainers tonight and get motivated, y'all, to change what we feel is not right. And to stop bitching. Let's embrace haters that are so zeal with a feeling that's genuine and so real. They'll just make an OG player, a pimp, smile, close his eyes, pucker his lips, and reminisce and nod his head, just a little something like this. Only to open his eyes to the same world with a new vision, a new light, a feeling of celebration of life that feels just so right that he tips his glass, he smiles, and he heads for the door. Only to open his eyes to see the same world with a new vision, a new light, and a feeling of celebration of life that just feels so right. Told you, he tipped his glass, he smiled, he headed for the door, but only reason was to cut his night short, to go home and not relieve a feeling of lust, but to reveal a feeling of love. And to me, that's bliss. So I thank you for allowing me to reveal this message tonight that I now signed, sealed, delivered yours. Truly, I inspiration. That's my time. Unless you want another piece, I have another one. It's up to you.
How about we'll wait till next week or in the cypher if we'll do a cypher. Everyone, please give it up for inspiration. Everyone, unmute yourselves, please. Yay.
Yeah, boy.
Whoa, wow.
Yes.
Yeah, the place to be, poet.
Come on. Right.
James, look.
You have to come back again, you know.
I know I'm stuck with y'all, man. Y'all stuck with me. And now I got to bring a whole chapter and a whole organization of poets from the Midwest of the USA to this greatest community on earth just to blow y'all mind and for their minds to be blown. So I'm hoping to see them beatniks on the road here to Wisconsin because we got some representation. You know,
talk, man.
Come on. Come on.
You know I'm gonna talk my shit.
About that talk, man. Yeah.
Come on.
Hey, nothing beats a fail but a try, my friend. Nothing beats a fail but a try.
Listen, y'all. Listen. I appreciate y'all so very much for rocking. Listen, shout out, poet. Listen, listen, we're gonna get more and more of it. Listen, inspiration, that's how you do. I said that last time, right? You show up and show out, and that's what it looks like. That's what it sounds like, right? You know what I mean? Like despite the 3 attempts at suicide, right? Now I'm here to heal. Now I'm here to reveal, right? All these things right here in this Zoom verse, man, right? Get motivated to change what we feel is not right, right? Like this is what our charge is. You know what I'm saying? So for you to continue to do that, whether it's on stage, whether it's on Poet Radio, whether it's on the Zoom verse, man, that's how you do it. Again, helping us move poetry forward, right? And helping the generation, right? Shout out the baby, right? The princess was in the building this evening too. For real, shout out the princess, man, for doing the thing. You know what I mean? For holding down and showing love to Pops, man. For real. It's important, man. All of it. All of it. So appreciate you, man. For real. Listen, so much, man. Listen, that cat's now, you know, prominent member of our community. Show him love. Pull up. Make sure you are plugging in with inspiration, man. Appreciate you. All right. Coming up next up, and of course, you know, make sure you show your love to RMT, right? Ron Mark Thompson is a dude. Shout out to BX. So much love for Ron Mark Thompson. For real, for keeping us connected. For real, that dude is seriously mission control. Appreciate you. The plug is on his way. Coming up next, this cat right here, man, continues to come through. And now he has even shown us how dedicated he is to our community and helping it grow by bringing another iteration of badass poetry. The one and only James Hamilton in the building, aka The Plug, is here. Always great to see you, man. Come on, let these folks know where they can find you. Take it away.
Wow, thank you guys. Thank you so much. Elemental, Nuyorican Poets Cafe, RMT, Inspiration. Man, making me blush. Everything's in the chat, but you know where I'm at. Facebook.com, James Hamilton, author. YouTube, James Hamilton 8243. Or my fan page, ko-fi.com, James Hamilton Poet. And you can get my my most recent book, Impressions of a Bougie Homeless Guy, on Amazon or on my fan site. So my piece tonight, I like the word fuck. And so I named it that. And I actually did a poet radio show on Monday night out of Chicago called Behind the Pen. And I woke up in the morning and I was all pent up and I had a conversation and I pretty much wrote it down, and that's what we got here. So it's a spoken word piece. And I'm just going to roll with it. Fuck you. Your imposition, interruptions, button in, bathed in some anal scrum serum comprised in church speak, constipated conservative politics, gun rights, attempted abusive control, insanity lost. I mean, I feel baptized in bullshit, chastised, belittled, ridiculed, raised down to the hollow inside, vacant of molted cost. Remnant, resigned, but defiant to design's time to blind my eyes so I don't rewind or project past the confines of my own inbred suffering mind, or those gaslight contradictions. Fuck your direction. I won't settle for the other side of the door slide, right at the sign, left at the corner, magnetic north, assigned designations defined, separated into cartons or boxes, live or digitally scribed in code and filed for sale to the fringed of our tribe. See, I know me, objectified, pretty, or pretty fucked up. I am the quintessential outsider, outlaw, outlier with no desire to be compromised or devoured with incisor tube, truth or lies. Fuck your teeth, the grill you hide behind, protecting venom, saturated saliva, slime, contrived spit, cultivated tongue, lashes, lash out, reptilian split. A finely tuned fork of rhetorical hate and pain, enunciations of fear, anxiety, hopelessness, and shame. Fuck your words. Articulated, fantastical, hypocritical, viral lies, parable infections, inflicting methodologies of dysfunctional mythology, idiotic runes, idolatry, insignia, symbolic signs cast off as truth, fruitless, ruthless, cutthroat and toothless. You ramble, pick and peck, expressionless, gripped, impressed by obsession, addictive friction, compulsively grabbing random french fries out of the bottom of a bag with conviction, neurotic, impulsive, vascular speed, 139 over 103, raging fetish, salty, strong weapons like rock on a rope, sling to blade to gun to bomb to bigger explosive things, stricken, designed to play, stigmatize, segregate, motivate, dramatize, but it's all fake, all of it. I might be struck, baptized in some bullshit, and I will drip all of that. But let me tell you what I am not is ashamed of anything. I know me, and I'm gonna keep doing what I do. F asterisk 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 ellipsis, and that's that piece.
Talk that asterisk, talk that ellipsis. Unmute yourself. Give it up for James Hamilton.
Yes.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
I can only
Righteous
imagine what
19.
that program you were on was like if that's the result of it. Tough.
So now we're doing like a new age hieroglyphic, right? We're not even saying words no more. We're like asterisk, asterisk, ellipses, ellipses.
Yeah.
I fucking love it. I love
Yeah.
Right. Greater than or equal to the plus of your minus. Yeah.
I'm taking that.
Yeah. Yo, we start going, listen, that's just dope. That's just dope. I appreciate that, man. For real. Again, but this is part of what we do, right? Inflicting methodology of idiocracy, like it's what we're supposed to do, right? We're supposed to take words and not use them. I can't remember who said that last night. Maybe it was shout out Apollo 517. He said, I don't just use words, I use words. You know what I'm saying? The raging fetish, from a sling to gun to bomb, right? Baptized in some BS. I just think that's just American capitalism. That's just the American corporate structure that we live in. It's called being baptized in BS. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Plug, for doing what you do, hanging out with us, and bringing the crew, right? That's what you're supposed to do. Shout out the Keeper of Concrete. He said, if I come through, I'm kicking in the door and bringing all the folks. I'm bringing all the folks with me. You know what I mean? That's how you're supposed to do. For real. All right. Coming up next. This I actually have to apologize, right? A little bit of miscommunication on my part. Coming up next, we have a new voice in the building. All right. This incredible artist decided that she was going to come through. We're going to come through and rock with us, right? So, for the first time, rocking with the greatest community in the world, Minnie Mars is in the building. Thank you for rocking with us. Tell us, without giving us any particular address, where in the world are you plugging in from?
I'm in the most magical place, Harlem.
Harlem in the building. Shout out Harlem. Listen. You know what's been going on this evening. Welcome to the greatest community in the world. Where the hell you been? We've been doing this and doing this and doing this well, quite some time. Great to see you. Let these folks know where they can find you. Listen, welcome to the greatest community in the world. Please take it away.
Thank you. I should have came here. I can't believe I've been missing out. It's been great. Like the words have been amazing. You can find me on Nuyorican Poet. That's the name that's on my Zoom right there. On Instagram and on TikTok. I just created this social media for myself because I'm trying to put myself out there. So it's like a baby. But yeah. I'm going to be performing a poem called Now It's Stress. And I've been many people. I put on my dark cloak in New York, my white cloak in Georgia, my weakness in Baltimore, my strength in Memphis. I transform like a snake. I shed, I reverse, I shift uno, I'm alive and I'm dead. I'm a false memory replaying in your head. I dance when there's war. I conquer the lies that have been fed to me. I transform. I become who I need to be. I do what I need to do. I used to think having no identity was weak until I met you. You let yourself get shaped by clowns and try to pass it down. Mama bear can't find no fish around, so I became bait. You let your hate eat my face. I'm not Zuko. You let your insecurities make you proud. You let your words turn cold, daddy. And your insecurities, they weren't kind. It wasn't the proud that uplifts, but the kind that tears down. She came crying to me, asked me why you act this way. I thought she was a stupid hoe for trying to stay until I realized I was like her one day. I transform, invade, permeate. I alchemize my pain when I want to stay. Truth be told, I want to go, return like Ebo. Tribe walked away, hand in hand to land, underwater, body drowned, spirit water walking. Yeah, I hated you. Until I realized we both victims of the same system, so I changed. Experienced psychosis and was reborn again. I birthed. And no, I ain't pushed no child out of me. I'm shaped like the earth, not the flat one. Got spears rounded in me, y'all. Wise tree roots grounded in me. I'm like high tides at sea. I'm so lunar. I'm pulling tides with me. Oceans rise with me. Streams ride with me. I'm so me. Creeks know the H2O I possess. I'm so deep, but will be shallow when I need to vet. I've been vetted with slick raised by the police when they stalking your playgrounds. You got to know how to freeze. The little me is so dope. I tried to tear her down. No hope. Started messing around with clowns. No joke. Had to take a look around. They spoke. Dreams and visions coming down. I'm woke. Took time to come around. Too slow. Slayed the demons in my mind. New hope. Still despairing on a dime. Always got the fall of an empire on my mind. Still lurking with some demons all the time. They told you was crazy. They was lying. Diagnosed runaway slaves with drapetomania. Now we depressed. First it was a chemical imbalance. Now it's stress.
Oh shit. Unmute yourself. Give it up for Minnie.
Oh,
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Oh, shit.
Outstanding.
Come on, man.
Wow.
Oh, that was showing out. Showing out. I almost fell
Yes.
out of my chair. I had so
Oh,
much energy. I almost
The
fell out of
last
my
couple of
chair. That
metaphors
was
that you
sweet.
threw down. You so deep, you water, you a stream. Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
You've been
wow.
You
cheating
asked
on us.
yourself.
You've been
You
cheating
asked.
on
Welcome
us.
home.
Yeah,
Welcome
you asked
home.
Y'all gonna
yourself
make me
what took you
emotional. You
so
gotta
long.
stop. So thank you.
That
And
was
the
great. It
rhythm,
was
the
great.
rhythm,
Make
That
sure
was
you come
rhythm.
back,
Very
please.
compelling. Very compelling.
that was
And
Keep
just let
coming
it go.
back.
Hey, if you can't say it at the Nuyorican Poets Cafe, you can't say it anywhere. So
Nope.
Go.
this is your home.
That's
That's
right.
true.
Minnie Mouse, do I remember you from our Nuyorican Bowery Slams earlier this year?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well
I just
then,
haven't been able to get out there. But yeah.
hey, I'm glad you find your way online here. You know, because not everybody can make it in person. So welcome, as Elemental said, welcome to our
Thank
online
you.
world of the Nuyorican Poets Cafe. Thank you.
Yo, this is a pretty incredible night, folks, right? Because there was a couple other folks that were gonna come through also. And so you're one of those folks, Lumpin, that I'm gonna call crossover artists, right? Because you have rocked on the brick and mortar stage, and you have come to join us in the online world. You can see it's a little bit different, but there's really you're not losing any of the inspiration because the poetry is still going to get you to where you're actually wanting to share, right? For the folks who have come here, right, who just, are hanging out watching, which is totally cool, right? There's no way that you can't feel this energy, right? And so I'm thankful for each and every artist who come through and wants to show up and wants to share their artistry. That being said, listen, we could do the whole pop the cherry baby, pop the cherry baby. We could do the one of us. We could do You just fucked up because you got to be here every Thursday night. We could do a lot of things. We had a few traditions over the years, right? But I'm gonna tell you like this: you found yourself in a briar patch of artists that are not gonna let you wiggle out so easily, right? Because you need to be here every Thursday to continue, right, to wiggle yourself in deeper to our community, right? Because we are definitely here for it. Listen, listen. And she writing all like, yo, serious business. Thank you for doing what you do. She said, I dance when there's war. I transform, right? Transformers 1 is coming out very soon. I become who I need to be, right? Matter is neither created nor destroyed. It only transforms, right? She said, I am not Zuko. One thing you'll learn about me is I am an anime fanatic. My son and I, shout out Mouse. We just, you know what I mean? Like, come on with that Zuko shit. Come on. If you got some more of that, I'm definitely looking forward to it. I was like her one day. I alchemized my hate. I love that. We both victims of the same system. I'm shaped like the earth. Come on, talk that Kirby shit. Talk that shit. I'm so lunar, I'm pulling tides with me. Right? Gotta know how to freeze, right? You that playground shit, you gotta know how to freeze. Dreams and vision coming down. I'm woke. And so are we. If we were asleep before you got here, we are awake now. Truly appreciate you, Mini Mars. Make sure you plug in your information in the chat so we can let you know on Wednesday that you need to sign up so you can be here on Thursday. Appreciate you. And welcome to the greatest community in the world. All right. Coming up next, our brother all the way out in India, author of Light, Shadow, Life, author of Let's Unmesh Life. This incredible poet is energy personified. I'm telling you, he is a person of the world. He is a farmer. He is a father, and he's a pretty fucking phenomenal author and poet. The one and only Unmesh Mohitgar is in the building. Let these folks know where they can find you, Unmesh. It is always great to see you, sir. Please take it away.
Hello everyone, great to see you. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, Unmesh Mohitkar. And here we go. I am scared, sitting at the corner of the road, the sun shining. Dejections have broken me. Now with me is only my shadow. Even my shadow hides when it is pitch dark. It loves the light, and I see no light. Darkness exists only because there is light. The shadows look at me, and I can see eyes in my shadow. Only eyes, a silhouette with eyes. Eyes are reassuring. These eyes of the shadow are full of light. My shadow tries to hug me, but she can't. If you get too close to what you love dies. There is a Sanskrit saying, Ati Parichayat Avadnya. Over familiarity breeds disrespect. How is my shadow going to disrespect me? Is she going to leave me? Am I going to walk shadowless in broad daylight? Will the light allow shadow to run off from his clutches? I felt shadow is jailed with me, but so used to slavery that the thought of freedom scares her. I look deeper in the eyes of the shadow. I can see her name written, Mruganaini, girl with eyes as beautiful as that of deer or gazelle. It did not say anything about my pain. It did not console me. It did not cry for me. It was like a betrayal. Even my shadow doesn't cry for me. But deep there inside, I saw the light which even now I am holding tight. I am holding tight. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Told you, man. I told you. He just has a way of doing that. Unmute yourself. Give it up for Unmesh Mohitko.
More. Amazing.
More.
Oh, wow.
Live. Unmesh, I love your delivery, bro. I love it.
Funky fresh. I'm with Matt on that. That's the thing, man. The words are spellbound by the words, but your delivery is like the icing on top of the cake. It's cool, man. It's cool. Good stuff.
I love how you always find a way to add loud into your artistry, Unmesh. Again, this is Unmesh's first book, Light Shadow Life. Also, one of our contributors later, who is also a contributor to this manuscript by the community. This is called Love Letters to Gaia, right? This is also a publication that a few of our community members are published in. You can find this on Amazon, another amazing piece of artistry. Make sure you are plugging in with Unmesh. He is an incredible artist, full of energy and strength. Thank you, Unmesh, for doing what you do. It's crazy late where Unmesh is because Unmesh actually lives in India. So it's like 6 in the morning where Unmesh is. Like, it's crazy early, but Unmesh is always about that energy. So thank you, Unmesh. Appreciate you. All right, coming up next, this artist continues to come through with the work, man. Like last time this cat came through, he's got the ambiance, he's got the setting, he's got the energy, and he is always willing to share it with us. The one and only Zach Frater is in the building. Let these folks know where they can find you, man. It is great to see you. Please take it away.
Hello, it's been a sweet night. Certainly not sober, but I could probably read something. I'll try it. Okay. Wait. No, I'm still awake. Mr. Shadow, replay the tape of life. Sunlight, shine where window blind doesn't cover. Flaw, every mistake played over. I'm here. Shadow walks me through it. Reminds me I'm drunk. Fucked up. 6 a.m. Shadow, let's run it. Commentate every choice made. Bad decision. Can't sleep. Shadow voice, only voice I hear in my head. Wish I could square up. Fist fight. I don't want to hear Shadow again. Shadow writes bad things. Puts thoughts in my brain, conspiracy and bad tendency. Addict. Shadow, feel free. You beat me down every day. Shadow can't help himself. He hates me. Coward. Say it to my face. You hurt me and I can't even talk about. Amalgamation. Critic. Sideline. Faggot. Stand in my shoes. One time. Thought spiral, dark descent. No one loves me. I don't have friends. I'm alone. Probably die alone. I'm cold. Heat's not on. I'm feeling like impossible to correct wrongs. Like falling. Weighted vast middle ocean. Failing, like test studied for, but you missed most important text. Like hurting. Working in kitchen. Lime juice and wound ain't healed yet. Tell me, forgetful, selective memory. Choose to remember a different story than reality. Wish there was a tape, we could play it back. Instant replay, 9 times out of 10, I'd be okay with that. Rewrite history, create narrative, story. You were the one in the right. You were sober, so I thought. My memory is good. See it in poem. Scenario play out, different vision. Protect ego at all costs. Can't help but think. Put self before me. Make believe I am broken one. Pants on, one leg at a time. What do you see? Closed eyes at night. Eat and growl, darkness, every night. You have to sleep with yourself. Lies told, both present. How do you see different truth? Disconnected from reality. Everything you claim about me is your mind, mental gymnastics, seeing yourself projected on me. I get sad, like looking in, outside perspective. Hot boy's hurt, broken. I would tell him, pick yourself up, champ. You got it. You've been through a lot. Broken bones, body covered in scars. Only thing to do is keep going. It's not easy, you know, you got rear view mirror syndrome. You look back and project that onto the future. Don't have to be the same person going forward. You can change. I think so. You can find hope, meet new people. Old friends don't have to travel. Same road again. Hey, you got this, champ. Wounds heal, might leave scar, but it's a reminder, tuck thumb, knife control.
Exit early. No need to be last to the party. Are you been there, cowboy? Live to see 80. You have broke down body. Might still be strong, but body's age. Probably already have arthritis. You've done good. You loved, you fought, you cared. You have daughters to look after. Put down the rage. Might have served you at the time, but teenage angst, crying over mom, wondering where biological dad went. Well, I don't help those girls. Hey, you got a chair. Get up, drinking at 7 a.m. when you should be in bed. That's not all right. Hoodie on, hat low, squat down, typing on phone. Therapy's probably cheaper. Maybe take a shower, change clothes, get out of the house, talk to some folks. You had your time. Crying, writing sad poems. Move forward. Heal pain from past blows. Forget, move on. Those little girls depend on you. Probably love you more than you know. It's okay. You can be a dad. One step forward, no steps back. I'm proud. We got enough time. Self-pity, alcohol, drugs, you could live life. Still write poems. Addiction, reminisce, hindsight, 2020 vision. Take care of yourself. Love those girls. Forward is the way the time moves. Those girls depend on you. You can't be sad drinking at 8 a.m. Court case, scared of every knock at door. Always harikari, only with words.
It's harikari only with words. Golly, come on, man. Unmute yourself.
What
Give it
a
up.
finish.
Zach Prater.
What a
Great.
finishing line.
What the word be?
Wow.
Around.
Yeah, here's a couple of thoughts, Zach. I'm always for non-normal consciousness, and it becomes a challenge to kind of manipulate and control. It's a sort of a half and half. You're riding with it, but you have to be able to kind of balance and steer your way through it. I think you handle that, kind of admirably. And I continue to admire this kind of fragmented compositions you put together, these kind of piles of short little images. And I'm also struck again by your tone of voice, which tonight kind of reminds me of the voice somebody who's kind of going through an emergency uses.
Yep.
I really liked the like in the beginning you were bringing shadow along, and that really worked for me. And I wanted to see it like again at the end. I wanted it to come back because it was like the first third of the poem, you had that shadow. And that was deep as fuck. But yeah, I mean, I like your delivery. I like everything you're doing. So it's cool.
I would like to say that the fact that the last poet,
Coffee house.
the fact that, can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the fact that what was so unique how the universe worked in mysterious ways. The last poet was talking about shadow, and this person came right connected with the shadow. Yeah. That's a unique concept right there. I just wanted to say that. That's all. That's all, brother.
Absolutely. And I appreciate you jumping on that right before I was getting ready to go there, right? It's so serendipitous that the shadow shows up right when it's supposed to, right? And I love the fact that, right, great minds, right? Great minds, right? They find that they find themselves floating on the same stream of consciousness, right? And that's exactly what we get, right? Unmesh was actually talking about that, right? I can see ice in my shadow, right? Now with me is only my shadow, is what Unmesh said, right? And then Zach Frater comes right behind him and starts even going into that same space, right? Like, protect ego at all costs, rewrite history, create narratives, right? You have to sleep with yourself, right? Pick yourself up, champ, right? Only thing to do is keep going. Put down the rage. Therapy's probably cheaper. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I love how Paul Skip was even saying that, right? It reminds me of just a collage, right? Of super dope, impactful poems, right? And they're just all coming together in this beautiful mosaic of a poem. So listen, whether intoxication is a factor, the one thing that I can see coming through very much so is that you love those girls and you know that those girls love you. So keep that in mind going forward. Appreciate you, man, for doing what you do and sharing it with us. Coming up next, let me see. Where are they, Rich? Because I know they've been coming at me. I wanted to make sure that they were on the list. Is Brooklyn in the house? And I don't see them. Oh no, there they are. Of course, you can see the beautiful, roses rocking. This artist has made it a point to reach out and say, hey, I don't want to miss no more. I've missed enough. I don't want to miss no more. So she made sure that she was on this list. The one and only Martensia Jean is back in the building, y'all. Let these folks know where they can find you. I am thankful for your persistence, and I'm looking forward to all the work that you're sharing with us. Please take it away.
You will find me here. You hear me, right?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes. Okay. The title of my poem is At the Metro. Okay. Shifting the needle to an intangible void, emerging from the depths, caterpillars running on rails and tracks. Badged, pinned, or anonymous, figures going on assignment. For most, the 9-to-5 hustle grind. Bodies, jarred jargon, sardines in small compartments. The highly esteemed and the unhoused compete for the hot seat. Beggars invisible to the naked eye. Dignity denied. Thieves, skilled magicians, apparitions. Armed with knives and deceit. Passengers board as every station comes to a halt, legs crossed or spread, bags held, secured, or in contest. A pardon, shove, or shrug, blocking the gates or standing in the way. Mid-December, past midnight, just clocked out, strange eyes wander about for the second time around. Suspicion raises my alarm. His curiosity is pronounced. 2 bulging eyes and a joker smile. Slim, staggering black male, bulky and oversized khaki coat. Pockets upon pockets, he wrote. I pushed them down, redirecting my attention to something else. He scans and studies me. Sifting through the cracks, I'm glued, frozen to the staff. He raises up off his seat, gallops up the stairwell, awaiting me. Risk, holding the mystery, acknowledging truth, a foreign exchange of no cost to common sense. To whose expense? Those tongues utter silence. Those whose tongues utter silence. Vernacular and decorum render same. Instinct, its main proponent. The heart and the fist, a mirrored image. At equilibrium, a parallel universe. Fear, the puppeteer. Unraveling thread, baits and fishnet, spiderweb, fowl, worm, binocular, lens, the edge of the blade, satellite, antennae, a barricade securing the stage, otherwise lost in the wreckage of time and space. Pulling the strings, setting the scale, running the hourglass, a swing, a roundabout, a sea of ticking clocks. The perfect stranger plays it safe, mirrors likeness. A chameleon dissolves in the midst. The pill in the unsuspecting woman's beverage. She is not safe. Naivete is costly. So, what about anxiety? A colleague walks me home. I know not his name, but his pleasant demeanor and countenance. One block ever so close, ever so far away. Someone's making me uncomfortable, I say. Uncomfortable, he says in his Jamaican accent. Another colleague, a female, a diamond, a jewel, he walks home to. Months before, homeward bound after school, a man stands alone, holding onto a singular pole. Black backpack, head bowed low, crumbling white tissue, sunken and soaked, bloody, a fountain, his nose. His eyes mirror the droplets, dotting the horizontal plane. Excuse me, I offer my crisp white handkerchief. He draws his hand. Thank you, he said, as he left. If only for a moment, it eased and dissolved his fatigue and dis-ease. Thank you.
It's something about a well-crafted story, I'm telling you. Unmute yourself,
Wow.
give it up for Markencia.
Oh God.
Yes.
Nicely done, Markencia. Right there.
Oof.
Wow.
Well done. Well done.
Man.
Well done. Yeah. Wow.
You know, I'm watching the gallery. I'm looking at everybody's faces that are watching her read, and everybody is just riveted. You know, and myself included. But I'm watching, and y'all just. I mean, she had us mesmerized. She did. I don't know if it delivery, the words, the whole thing, but we were all just fixed. It was good stuff. Really good stuff. I'm happy you came back this week. You were one of my favorites last week, and I was like, I sure hope she comes back. I remembered her name was the Macarena. Right.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Right. Listen, shout out to BK in the building, right? The boroughs representing this evening. Listen, when you come through like that, that's how you leave your imprint on your community, is by showing up and showing out, right? With the caterpillars running on rails, visible to the naked eyes. The sardines, boy. Thieves, they're skilled magicians, right? Armed with knives and deceit. Acknowledging truth, right? As much as people in New York do a great job of not seeing homeless people, they are visible to the naked eye. They very much are. And sometimes they are so visible that they commandeer an entire subway train. Just saying. Just saying. They do. Even in the city, right? Bill Elkins could probably vouch for that, even on BART, right? Listen, it's the same thing, right? A homeless person is very visible, but they will take up an entire train car all to themselves. And everybody will just say, oh, well, I guess that one's just under construction. The heart and the fist, a parallel image. I love that. The edge of the blade. Otherwise lost in the wreckage of time and space. A sea of ticking clocks. Love that. The perfect stranger plays it safe, right? And for those of you who've never rocked in New York, she said that was so beautiful. She said a coworker walked her home 1 block away. So close, yet so far away. 1 block in New York is not, depending on your borough, it's not too far, but that could be the longest block in your life. Appreciate you, Markencia, for doing what you do and sharing it with us. Again, Brooklyn in the building. Listen, appreciate you for coming through. Real quick, let me shout out Oshun Yoyen. Shout out to the Earth. And Melinda Lucas was in the building. Haven't seen her in a while. Appreciate you for coming back through and hanging out with us. All right, 4 folks left on the guaranteed list, and looks like we got about 7 on the good luck round. We usually cap it at 5, but listen, folks is in the building tonight, so let's do it. Coming up next, I just mentioned this cat all the way out in LA, fresh from the LBC. This incredible artist has his instrument on and continues to share his incredible music with us. The one and only Bill Elkins is in the building. Let these folks know where they can find you. It is always great to see you. And I'm looking forward to the song this week, sir. Trust and Believe. Please take it away. Hold on, we still got to get the audio. We still not getting the audio coming through. We'll get there. We'll get there. 1 second. Trust and Believe, folks. This gentleman is getting ready to rock and roll with his guitar, right? And listen, I mentioned earlier the storytellers are in the building. This cat happens to be one of those folks who tells incredible stories through his songs, right? Whether it's about his daughter going to Ireland or the incredible women of his life that he's, experienced and that he shared time with. He's an incredible songwriter, an incredible artist. Bill Elkins, please take it away, sir.
Can you hear me now, Elemental?
We got you loud and clear, sir.
All right, man. Thanks for the generous introduction. Okay, I'm going to do a song that I wrote, concerning a past relationship. The song's entitled Kareen. I hope you like it. Sweet lady from Salinas, my brown-eyed cornelian queen. My love for you is boundless. I'm so goddamn thankful you love me. You saved me from oblivion. You're my angel in the night. You Pepsi generation, me Coke classic unite. I pray I never lose you, because life would become empty and dark. Kareen. My barefoot senorita, you enchant me with your luminescent smile. You fill my world with sunshine and captivate me with your style. You challenge me in my thinking, make me laugh when I'm forlorn. You tease me when I'm too serious and chide me when I'm glum. You're inexorably a part of me, and I appreciate you so, Kareen. When I look into your eyes, I tread where I ought not dare. You completely overwhelm me with your mystical, penetrating stare. You see what I'm thinking and think what I see. You rescue me from my wasteland when you reach out to me. You're my refuge in the desert, my harbor in the storm, Kareen. You're my Juliet, you're my lover, and my best friend. When we kiss and hold each other, I rival Shakespeare with a pen. Our hearts beat together like an earthquake marking time. We become entangled in a carnal nursery rhyme. I want to live with you forever and love you forevermore. Kareem. Oh, Kareem. Kareem. Thank you, everybody.
I tried to tell y'all his stories. They're just amazing. Unmute yourself. Give it up for Bill LK.
Oh, I love that, Bill.
The vibration.
Good stuff, man.
Woo!
Wow.
That was real.
Beautiful.
Fantastic.
Beautiful.
Thank
It
you.
was a really
Go.
a sweet, beautiful tribute to someone who is probably a beautiful lady.
Yes, you hit it right on the nail.
Go Salinas.
It'd be good to see you do a collab with Joski.
Well,
Yeah.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
that'd be
ideas
kind of cool. You never know.
Ideas start flowing
I
around.
like the reverse wordplay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Me,
Right.
I see you. I like that.
Absolutely. And this is again, this is what I love about our community, because we have artists that are very in your face, right? And we're going to get to some of those later. And then we have Bill Elkins who enjoys writing love songs, right? Who enjoys telling the people in his life how they made him feel, right? That is a very, very it's a particular skill, and it's a beautiful skill, right? Because everyone isn't able to articulate their thoughts in a way when you're overwhelmed, like you said in your poem, right? You completely overwhelm me. Sometimes love is like that. Sometimes attraction is like that. And to be able to capture that in a song is very difficult, but you do it extremely well, sir. You said you rescued me from my wasteland, right? You're my harbor in the storm. Like, that's not easy to say, but you do it well. And then you have the nerve to play your guitar the way you do. It's amazing, sir. Thank you. Truly appreciate you. All right. Coming up next. Let's see. Is this cat still in the building? Where'd he go? Where did Mr. Dixon go? Did he jump ship? I don't see him. If he's in the building, we'll come back. So I don't see him. Ron, unless I'm missing it, I don't see
No,
him.
he was in and out because he was
He's in and out.
outdoors. So it looks like he lost his connection at the moment.
No worries. No worries. So guess what? We get to go out to Colorado, I believe, to where this next artist gets down. I mentioned a cat earlier who I said was the most eloquent writer in the world. This gentleman actually goes by the name of Eloquent Writer, an amazing human being. He told me his actual age recently, and I was like, fuck out of here. I don't believe that, because he just does what he does. The author of The Impromptu of Love, of Music, the one and only Ray Whitaker is in the building, y'all. Let these folks know where they can find you. It is great to see you, sir. Please take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. It's always an honor to be here, I think, amongst all you cutting edge poets here. It's amazing to me. My good fellas tonight are from Dreams. I got 3 for you from the world of dreams. We all have them. I don't know how many of y'all remember them, but here's 3 of them. So, I'm going to start off with this one. It's called Rooms of Dreams. I wrote this Tuesday. Dreaming of many rooms, all different in size and shape. People milling around, going from room to room, and they were looking for their desires, their concerns. And it was an empty dormitory. They had beds with no sheets or blankets. Some were just angry at the lack. Some were just disappointed, not understanding quite what it meant. There were both men and women in the dream. Everybody was questioning, and I was an observer. Nobody talked to me. That's what was going on. Billowing colors wafting through, touching changing as in the way of dreams, walking carefully in and out of the rooms, those that changed in an instant, and wondering why, what the dream had to do with. Rocket fuel to jumpstart my day with, and welcoming the dawn in a sense of the mysterious, a presence of the why relating to the how. Now seeing myself standing at a closed door, an ornately carved wooden door, the antique brass handle latched, begging, dreamlike, for entrance. Thank you. This next one's called War Dreams. I have them from time to time. After waking up in the morning, padding barefoot over to the big blue hassock, wondering about the wandering through those ethers, feeling toes in the carpet, seeing, unable to forget for now, the orange skies of Vietnam in January of 1968, with Hueys chopping and the hog grunting bullets, F-4s flying oh so fast, leaving the splashes of impacts and strafed paddies, bunkers in rubber tree plantations, a fighting position needing reducing. Reflecting on not having this sort of dream in weeks, not even so far this year, wondering about a whiff of an internal conflict that is unconsciously residing around some distant relation at the other end of the farmer's long green field. Well, not a centurion this time, with a bloodied pillium spear thrust, a hastati, the first in like a marine, or well, not in a landing craft about to invade Normandy. There was no clear thought, like the clear imagery of dreams, about what personal conflicts existed in that space. Even so, the opposites, waking and dreaming, shared an existence somehow this morning, only reluctantly dressing as if clothing would inhibit waking, understanding in a different world. Thank you. And my last one is called Surrenders. As if in a dream, through the tossing and turning, green sheets and cover awry. There below the flying man were the soiled remnants of civil war. Saddled horses carrying men with stars on their shoulders, officer aides nearby, swords on, handguns holstered, eyeing each other intently, having been enemies just seconds before. Two horses tethered to separate rails, their riders inside, agreeing to end the bloodletting struggle. Lee surrendered in 1865. Flying thoughts trailing, it's last night again, where the dream seemed to take the symbols, all a metaphor without alliteration, for the passions of an earlier life falling away into the air below. It is flight away from a fight, cruising away from those old ardors, no longer present, only in memories, regarding them of the memory of a memory of a memory. There's an updraft in this sky, to bringing a white, effortless soar. The flying man surrenders old passions, delightful, fruitful, empowered, gaining a strength to fly longer, further than ever expected, and a life lived in the now. Thank you.
I mean, hence the reason his name is Eloquent Writer. Unmute yourself, give it up for Ray Whitaker.
Yo.
Bravo, Ray.
Yes.
Bravo, Ray.
Solid.
Bravo.
Wonderful.
Solid.
You guys are too kind. Thank you so much.
Listen, You know, when the people feel what you do, man, they just let you know about it, right? And there's not really much that you can do about it because you gave your all to it, right? And your contemporaries can feel that you gave your all to it, and that's why you got the response that you received. You know, in the first piece you're talking about looking for their desires and the rocket fuel, right? Love that, man. When you're trying to propel someone more than the laws that they exist under, right? The why relating to the how. War dreams are wicked, man. Thank you for being strong enough to write about them, being fearless enough to share them. My father dealt with a lot of those. So shout out all the Vietnam vets, man. Shout out all the vets in the building, first and foremost. But shout out the Vietnam vets, man, for real. For unfortunately being the government's guinea pigs, for all the agents of the color wheel. But it showed how just absolutely strong you cats were because you refused to be denied. For real. Some of the baddest cats to ever walk the earth, man, is the cats that rocked in Vietnam. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Ray. Again, author of The Impromptu of Love of Music. Make sure you are plugging in with Ray Whitaker. Cat's pretty damn dope. Closing out the guaranteed list this evening is another one of our community members who is also no slouch himself, author of Black Calculus, author of Four Crescents, also featured in Love Letters to Gaia. This incredible author, artist, former fencer is just incredible when he puts words together. The one and only Mathematics is in the building. Let these folks know where they can find you, Math. It is always great to see you, brother. Please take it away.
Hey, good evening, my people. And I have to say, this has enriched my heart, blown up my spirit, and I'm so glad to be part of this community. I got two pieces, and I feel like good fellas, well, actually, teachers are good fellas. And this piece I read 4 years ago, almost to the day, right here in Nuyorican Poets Cafe. The title is Teaching is an Act of Love. When you are willing to lay in the gap for others to get across the bridge that is your back, to the side that knows better. When you are willing to put aside your own thoughts to listen to the thoughts of the student that rarely speaks, your listening intently inspires her to voice her thoughts. They are worthy of being spoken. That her words are worth being listened to. Her thoughts are worth the time spent thinking them. She will come to love her voice. Next piece. Disintegration, diseducation. Epigraph. This education system is actually the killing fields. Mathematics. What does that make the teacher? A fallen victim on the front lines, a target for friendly fire, a soldier doing systems bidding, a warrior defending their village. Where are the reinforcements? Where are the allies? We don't need more generals to strategize an ambush. We don't need more chiefs to give orders and place blame for results. We don't need more bosses to abuse the privilege of being in charge. We don't need more administrators to do the bidding for a system that pushes the marginalized across a make-believe gap that separates ours from theirs. The system provides the teacher with choices from crackers to crumbs, forcing the conscious educator to choose between being the advocate or the traitor. the conundrum between being the fire starter or the firefighter, starting the blaze of thinking or fighting the firestorm started when our babies realized they can think their own thoughts beyond the four walls of a classroom. Teachers in today's classrooms, like candles in a hurricane, keep the flames burning against the gale force winds of ignorance, burning wick down a puddle of melted wax, finding threads of reasons to remold a new candle in time for the next storm, tomorrow's next class. How to keep it lit when there's no striker and the matches are wet. We don't need more leaders chasing the nightmare that will make America great again. We do need more teachers pursuing the dream that will make America whole again. Peace.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If a presidential candidate wants to win over the people, damn it, get a poet on your ticket.
Yes.
Give it up for Math.
Wow.
That was
To make America
Thank you,
whole
Matt.
again.
Okay.
Make
That was awesome.
America
Bravo.
whole again.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
That was a fine piece of work.
Phenomenal.
Love the ending.
I just changed my vote, man. I'm voting for Maestro.
Yeah,
right?
I'm voting for
I'm
Matt.
voting for Maestro. Like, let's make America whole again. Come on, man.
Thanks for doing that anniversary, 4-year anniversary poem too. That's really
conundrum.
Yeah, really eloquent from the inside.
I appreciate the nostalgia of it, and I what I really love about true artistry is you could do something like you just did 4 years ago, sir. But it almost sounds like you just wrote that. That could have been new shit, right? Because it still fits. It still perfectly fits. Shout out all the educators watching on online. Shout out the educators in the building. Shout out Mary Ann Teff. Shout out Doug Silver, Professor Platinum. Shout out Paul Conqueso. All the educators in the building. I'm an educator. Listen, it's important, man. Right? And how you saying, right? Teaching is an act of love. It really is. When you can, he said, put yourself between the breach. That doesn't always happen, folks, right? And as educators, I'm sure you've seen that there are educators that don't care about that shit. Take this paper, get this work, get out of my class. Try to get paid, right? Try to get paid. I don't care about how you feel. I don't care about your connection to this curriculum, right? It's actually the killing fields. Like, I love that in the second piece, right? Actually the killing fields. Right? Some teachers do abuse the privilege of being in charge. They do. Right? And then as an educator, as much as they want you to know, they're forcing you to say, okay, you want to be the advocate or the traitor? The firefighter or the fire igniter? Like, that's a struggle, man. That's a struggle against the gale force winds of ignorance, man. Come on, man. Make sure you are plugging in with mathematics. Get your hands on Black Calculus. Get your hands on Four Crescents. Get your hands on Love Letters to Gaia. He actually has a new book that's out right now. So listen, make sure you plug in with math. He's incredible, man. Truly. Again, shout out the educators. All right, that was the end of the guaranteed list, folks. We have some folks that have come in the room. Then this good luck round is lighting up like a one-armed bandit in Vegas on a good night. All right. So coming up first, I mentioned this artist because they were using public transportation to get home, but they still made sure that they were plugged in to what we were doing. That's dedication, folks. This artist listen, shout out the moms in the building. Shout out the moms who do what moms do in as far as working and school and food and tucking in and kisses and kissing boo-boos and all that shit, right? Shout out the moms in the building. This incredible artist has done all of that, continues to do all that, and still makes time to write. And has a manuscript out too, so make sure you plug it. The one and only Angelina is back in the building. Let these folks know where they can find you. It's been too long, damn it. Please,
I know.
take it
So
away.
life be lifing, and the math ain't mathing, and I'm not with it. So, but I'm actually going to be posting up on opening up my Instagram as the Taco Crumbles. Yes, I said it. Working on that storybook. And yeah, I have 2 poems for you. I have a short one and I have a long one. The theme of the Goodfellas, the real ones, it's true. We were just talking about education and how teachers negate their value in a child's life. So I'm real big on the power of word. So let's start off with my short one, the real ones. Through thick and thin, when times get tough, the real ones step up when life's too rough. Like Mobb Deep said, ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. My crew stays solid, never rattled or shook. In the worst of times, they become my light. Held me down steady, kept me in the fight. We don't need trouble, but we face it head on. My good fellas, loyal, even when hope's gone. We rise, we fall, but never alone. The real ones, they make struggle feel like home. All right, and my last one, all new shit. Because that's how we do things here. I've seen the pencil sharpened, whittled down, watched the wood curl, a slow, painful sound. But in each stroke of blade, I see its might, a weapon forged, prepared for the fight. Not of war, but to defend and heal, to write the truth, to break the seal. Of silence, of walls built by fear, this pencil is power. It draws us near. It writes the songs our children will sing. It sketches new worlds where they'll grow wings. A tool to rebuild what's been torn apart. It's the voice of the mute, the cry of the heart. Our ancestors, with trembling hands, wrote love across oceans between distant lands. Our parents sent notes, concerned and kind, and now we write verses, free in our minds. From lyrics to stanzas, from pen to page, we pass it on generation to age. This pencil, a baton in life's endless race, a symbol of courage, a beacon of grace. So the pencil may break, splinter and bend, our spirits endure, they never end. For we sharpen again, and again we rise, with stories unbroken that reach the skies. So to my brothers and sisters here, I give you all thanks for standing with me through struggles, through the ranks. And as we lift each other high above the fray, I'll share this news with you today. A new life is coming, a story untold. I'm pregnant, people. My love's a future unfolds.
Yeah. Are you kidding? Unmute yourself. Give it up for Angelina.
What the word be?
Right on to that.
Congratulations. Was not expecting that either. That was beautiful.
exciting.
Congratulations.
Thank
That's
you.
awesome.
What
Awesome.
an
That was
ending.
great.
Great way to end a poem.
That's such a joy to hear tonight.
That ain't the way the damn
Joy.
taco crumbles. Let me tell you. Come on.
What?
Yeah, people talk about wanting a trigger warning, but you don't get a blessing warning at these things. So, you just never know
Amen.
what's going to happen at a poetry reading. I think I remember hearing at least 3 marriage proposals, but this is the first time I've heard somebody announce
Well,
a pregnancy.
You are my God. You are my brothers and sisters of pen and ink. So why not?
If you
It's
are
great. It's great, Mama.
Bravo.
If you're
Bravo.
if you're on your way to the hospital on Thursday night, we're gonna expect to see you. Okay.
I'm gonna be and during the whole procedure, I'm gonna sit there and spit rhymes. No worries. You got it.
Yeah, we want to be there. We want to be there.
Oh, Ron, correct me if I'm wrong. Hold on, folks. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Ron, coming at you. Ron, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that might have been a first, huh? Like, I don't think we've ever had anyone say, yo, you know what I mean? It's like, it's happening for real. Like, that was amazing.
It was. I know we had Rich Glennon, the daddy, like obviously, but he was, for the first time and pregnant. Wow! Congratulations!
Announcing that, like, let the world know, right? Let the record show that the world is now on notice that we got a new Angelina on the way, a little Haida on the way. Listen, that is the way the taco crumbles. Shout out the parents in the building, man. There's nothing better than new life, man. Really. And with all the things that you've been going through and all the struggles that you're going through, listen, I appreciate the fact that you're willing to share that with us. And listen, also let the record show, right, that she was actually moving around. She's saying, yeah, she's with child now, but she was actually on, right? She was getting home. She was moving around. Right? Not allowing that to say, oh, well, I guess I'm so fragile now, I can't move. It's like, hey, baby, check it out. This is the bus. This is the train. This is the walk 3 blocks from the train station. Like, you got to get used to how we live here. So I appreciate that so very much. Congratulations. We are looking forward to how the glow continues to evolve, right? We are looking forward to welcoming the baby into the greatest community in the world. Thank you. Thank you for sharing not only your present, but your future with us. It really, really means a lot. Thank you for that. And then for the Mobb Deep quote, right? Then for the Mobb Deep sighting, right? Ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. Come on, spit that for real. The real ones, they make the struggle feel like home. And that's what it's really about, right? A weapon forged, prepared for the fight, a silence of walls built by fear, the voice of the mute, the cry of the heart, a symbol of courage, a beacon of grace. Listen, like all those things kind of they kind of point to who you are and how you're gonna be. I'm pretty sure how you're gonna be as a dope ass mommy to this baby. So continue to come through. Again, congratulations. Your community is supporting you in every way that we can. Don't be a stranger. All right. Great to see you too. Coming up next, this incredible, again, from one mom to another, right? We always make time and room because moms are the dopest beings on the planet. This next incredible artist continues to come through and share work from her incredible manuscript. This artist is about some very, very real life poetry, man, and speaks it from a very real place. I love when this poet comes through. The one and only Elizabeth Horan is in the building. Let these folks know where they can find you. Again, great to see you. Please take it away.
Hi, friends. It's great to see you all. Congratulations. That is so exciting. I'm so happy for you. I wasn't sure what I was going to read tonight, and then when you said that, I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to read from this. This is literally my first book. It was called Bad Mommy, Stay Mommy, and it's about having like really severe postpartum depression that was debilitating, and God forbid you won't have that at all. But if you do, you're not alone. And I wanted to write this so other moms wouldn't feel alone like I did. So I'll just read a couple of them and see what you think. Okay. This one is called Keeping Tabs. Here I go again, down the goddamn rabbit hole, chasing the oily smell of my past as only I can do. It's so dirty. It's such a waste of time, this hating myself. But I go back anyway. I can't stay away like a lover who promised me forever. Here I go again, berating my brain. When I mess up, instead of making amends, I go deep. I go dark. I use the pain of what I've done to burn the eyes of those peering into the destruction zone I had cordoned off. My children have learned not to listen when I yell, when I say, "Forgive me, babies, Mama didn't mean it." They look at me with a hint of pity, which belies their youthful ages, that seems to say, "We know she's nuts. Let's move on and play quietly over here as to not disturb the dragon again." They think of me like a feral cat that can't be trusted, too unpredictable with her claws, like a mutt who eats the garbage again and again, despite the punishments, despite the slap to her head, which reverberates across her guilty tongue. Here I go again, such a pussy, hiding in this isolation which so adroitly keeps tabs on my chance of being a good person. I'm going to read this one that's called It's My Mind Which Does This. Is it my fault to be so defective, unwilling keeper of a key to a skull so sickened? Like a bloated sponge riddled in bacteria, no vaccine, no hieroglyphs. I pretend the disease is a friend. I tell it, you may go on holiday, depart with your tumor friends and all your tricks and gags, slung low in overtly black plastic bags, rock laden, ready for the drown. Is it my fault she won't go? Stubborn matron toes the line, bakes better biscuits, corresponds more frequently than I, makes young doctors angry, gets under their skin, but strangely, they lust for her and covet her gangrene. I cannot rid of something so heinous. She walks within my legs, piggybacks my brain, whispers, a bad mother, pathetic failure. You are ruining them daily, you know. Best to go, best to go, best to leave them alone. Is it my fault, this whine, this off-key music in my mind? But I'm not going to leave it there because those are sad. And I did survive. And I still mother my children. And, you know, mental illness is a real motherfucker. But we have to hold on and fight for those who need us, and it's extremely lonely and awful. And we have to help each other and hold each other's hands and not let others feel alone in it. So this one is called Stay Mommy. How I Didn't Die. Stay Mommy. I have walked through low valleys with the shadow of death as my ally. I have met what might take me across. I did fear the evil deep down in my toes. It smelt like charred bones, smoky and rancid as burnt pig nose. I felt the close breath of its chant in my ear. Come on, I'll show you the fear, tickling my throat with its white, bristling whiskers. I felt its relentless pull on my ankles, dragging me under, swirling eddies of rancor, drowning in the rain of riptide currents in my brain. Honey, you can come. It's okay. I'll be right there. All right? I'll be right there. I felt the sticky threads of spider webs crisscrossing my face, begging me to play, foreshadowing decay. I held on to the thought of your soft little hands cupping my cheeks. The warmth of your fingers tore me free from my cohorts, quieted their urgent calls, echoes rippling into the fray. God wanted me, I'm sure. For although I was a demon in my own right, wandering through the dust and darkness in the lonely corners of my mind, a little angel named you alighted on my shoulder and softly whispered, "Stay, mommy." Thank you very much.
You know, there's something about real life poems. They just hit very, very differently. Unmute yourself. Give it up for Elizabeth.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Bravo, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Elizabeth, I love
Bravo.
the Beyonce wind blowing in your hair as you're spinning. Like that was a nice touch. That was a nice
Well,
touch.
honestly, I'm just overheated with thyroid, premenopausal shit. So like I'm hot.
Got you. Got
But
you.
I'm glad you liked the touch. Yes.
Yes.
Well, you see you see how poetry can be your own safe space.
It is indeed just that. Listen. Shout out all the folks who are dealing with the hot flashes. Shout out the queen. Shout out the folks who are dealing with the hot flashes. It's real shit. It's real shit. Listen, I don't even know if like when you were talking to the baby, I don't know if that was like part of it or if that was just like real time shit. Like that's what moms do. Like that was real time. That happened real time. Like that's just real. You know what I'm saying? That's just real deal, right? That's why I said moms are the most incredible beings on the planet, right? Like moms could be washing clothes and cooking dinner and like kissing boo-boos and like helping with homework and like moms just do amazing things. Like you're octopi, you're cephalopods, like you're ridiculous. And I appreciate you. And I truly believe that in every sense of the word. Like moms have multiple hearts. There's just no other explanation. I'm convinced. There just isn't. But such a waste of time hating myself. I would agree. Because loving yourself sounds like your poetry. As to not disturb the dragon again, I love that for the babies in the first piece. My chance to be a good person, absolutely. When you're not being bogged down by someone who's trying to force you into believing what they believe you to be. When you can finally be yourself, it is powerful. The unwilling keeper of a key. Best to go, best to leave them alone, right? And stay mommy is just, again, it's just the reverberating idea of being there. And when you're there, you can solve those problems. You can be there to listen and hug them. So thank you for that. Thank you. I told you we'll make room for you. I appreciate you. All right, coming up next, this cat. Listen, I ran across this cat last night. Shout out Poet Radio. I came across this cat last night, and he just brought it, right? And I love when I first meet artists and they actually come through with it and they bring it. They have no hesitation. And this is one of those cats. It's the first time rocking with us, but I guarantee you he's about to rock out. The one and only R.R. Tut is in the building. Yo, let these folks know where they can find you. I'm glad that you're able to work it out and get through and come through tonight, brother. It's great to see you, man. Let these folks know where they can find you. Please take it away.
All right, I'm RRTUT, your poetic MC. This is my first album. You can catch me up on Facebook. You can catch me on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? RRTUT, that's the piece. That's the new album. It's called Don't Lose Interest. It's on Spotify. It's on YouTube. You can go see the videos. I'm all over the place. I'm originally from Chicago, residing right here in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I'm down with James, you know what I'm saying? And Clarence and this brother here. So I'm happy to be here. This is my first night here. All you brothers and sisters that have been dropping it, man, real talk. I'm glad to be a part. Real talk. So nevertheless, what I'm gonna be trying to do is I'm trying to bring some of these demonstrations off my album. So the first demonstration I'm about to do is called Intro Outro. I said, I've been here before, see nothing is promised. I shine for the day, let my mind take you away. I come to jam for you and you and you, whoever I can with this mic in my hand. I control display now into infinity. True mental fitness, master of this craft. It's foolish for me not to do this. I opened my mouth and words came out like fluid to come to this conclusion. I aim to win, live the fight again. A warrior on the front line. The mind is a terrible thing to waste. So I find myself between the drumline and bass. Time and space, I put it in place. Stars are made to shine. I'm one of a kind. Ruler of my domain. I stay in my lane, living in this insane asylum. I'm just a brother pumping science. The purpose of my visit become vivid. I hold a torch to the method. I got the tools to the positive direction. I speak in parables, but this is not a lecture. It's just a feeling I get when I get affected. I'll be the RRTUT poetic EMC from the other planet. I'll be the RRTUT poetic MC with my lyrical abilities. I move to the bounce of the beat to get you out there, see them live. Funky, fresh, and the place to be. It's just a confidence in me. Reflections of perfection at its finest. I'm in line with the stars in the skies. So when I hit the earth, don't be surprised. It's recognized. Although I can see the look in your eyes. It's either now or never. Good, bad, together. I must leave an impression and put it in your mind because we're not here forever. Although we react off a habit, so this moment you can have it. Reach out and grab it. I am not a monster or a beast or a savage. It's just my appointment to keep you anointed, me and my desire. I can never get fatigued or tired. I burn a rubber like the smoke from tires. My soul is on fire, so give a toast to the host. I got to keep you open and I spit these venom like a locust, because I've been chosen. I'll be the RRTUT poetic MC with my lyrical abilities. I'll be the RRTUT poetic MC from the other planets. Now in my darkest moments, my opponents don't want it. This is therapy to me. You will come to find we are all one mind, moving to the rhythm all at the same time. Recline, put your feet up. I'm just getting heat up. The change the appearance of your facial features, transform into the most hideous creature. Glad to meet you on top of the stairs with a bunch of heathens. But we're not leaving, moving beyond like Steve Austin, the $6 million man. Well, there's a punchline, original rhymes mine. So if you on when I'm on, let's get into a zone of the change my tone. Thanks to tone, I need no hands to hold on. I'm all on my own, full grown. I put my rights on you. With my infinite possibilities, whatever will be real to me. Then apples in the forest, apples on the ground, worms in the apples, snakes in the garden. Candy cane, candy cane. I'll be the RRTUT, your poetic MC with my lyrical abilities. I'll be the RRTUT, the poetic MC from the other planet. That's that piece.
Oh, that's how you show up and show the hell out. Unmute yourself. Give it up for RRT.
All right, bravo.
I'll be damned. God damn, God
All
damn.
right.
Welcome, RR.
Yeah, man.
Hey, RR, you have you're like a master class on how to deliver a very forceful, pushy delivery over a Zoom. I've rarely seen somebody do that kind of confrontational, challenging delivery in such a slick manner. That was really a wonder to witness.
Thank you, thank you. Well, my name RTUT stands for Rhythm Rhymes Transcending Universal Tribulation. So I'm on many different platforms with what I do. I'm grateful and thankful to be here. It's been an honor. It's been a blessing. I'm just gonna keep on trying to keep on coming back, doing different pieces off the album that you guys can check it out because it's in the music format, but I'm putting it in a poetry format for y'all.
Yo, that's how you do. Shout out the Black Pirate Militia. Listen, the Insane Asylum is an actual track. Make sure you're plugging in on YouTube. They've got plenty of videos for you to plug into, man. I'm telling you, that cat's about it. Again, shout out Poet Radio. Listen, I was rocking with this cat last night, and he's got all of that energy. He's absolutely for real about it. All right. And then he had the nerve to come through and say, stars are made to shine. Like, of course, right? In this insane asylum, I was like, okay, I got you. With my lyrical ability, right, in line with the stars in the skies, right? I'm not a monster, a beast, or a savage. I would say, hold on, sir. You might fit one of those. You might fit in the criteria of one of those, the way you come through with what you do. But you said from the other planets. Listen, I've been saying I'm an alien for a long time, so I definitely get you. This is therapy to me. That's That's the real work, right? Moving bionic like Steve Austin, $6 million man. Like, come on, man. Like, come on, man. Like that's just how it is, right? Sound effects and all. You know what I mean? So I appreciate you, man. For real. Keep coming through. Welcome to the greatest community in the world. Make sure you plug your information into the chat, man, so we can remind you that every Thursday night, this is where it's at. Feel me? Appreciate you for coming through, man. And listen, that's how you show up and show out. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. He did that shit. He did that shit. Appreciate that. Coming up next, our resident piano man is in the building. Every time you see this cat sitting in front of the ebonies and ivories, you better believe he's got something for you. The one and only CC Arshagra is in the building, and he's rocking that hat pretty fly as hell, I just might say. Let these folks know where they can find you, man. Always great to see you, CC. Please, take it away.
Okay, so, it's been a while, and Facebook, I got packed, so all 3,000 of you that I love and 2,000 that I know, I'll try to do what I can to turn it back on, but it might be a wash. So IG is C Arshagra, Arshagra. If you want to go hit it up over there, the number's kind of low. I'm going to try and do a couple if I can tonight, but I definitely haven't been here in a while. But when I do sit down at the piano, this is one that comes out lately. It's The Reason the Music Soul Died. And this goes out to Nina. There's a reason the music soul died inside an American pie. Dying empires bought up the skies, and you believe what they poured in your eyes. And the virtual screens all lit up and said, "Look out! There's an enemy inside your head." So it's time to mask up and believe all the fears. Press agree and give up your soul here. There's a lesson about walking dead, with a job and no critical head. And the whole time you're sold who you're not. Just click like to feed your endless lack. To never question, never question, never question, is anything true? And believing money is worth more than you. Then compete to become even more obsolete. And defeat love and peace by declaring they're weak. There's a reason the music soul died inside an American pie. Dying empires bought up the skies, and you believe what they poured in your eyes, never questioning why it's not true, or killing for money as if greed loves you, all the while growing more and more and more obsolete. To murder love's peace just for sport. love and peace never really dies. You were taken, and survival took more. Yet you'll never avoid Nina's and Billy's true voice. Every time, every slave song's been born. Every time music's life force seems gone. Past the reasons the music's soul died. Under a plantation sky. So bye-bye, Miss America's Pie. Bye-bye, Miss America's Lie. And I want to do a little something for Gustav, can I? Are we good?
Let it rock.
This first line came from Gustav. The day he moved on. Forgot to take us for a bus ride. We'll catch up. Like endless waves of empathy. Immaculate, beyond belief. There was no death of poetry lives here. As my body loves, my brain loves, my body loves, my brain loves, yet it's my heart and lungs that completely understand. My fingertips and toes start talking to the blood there on vacation, feeling like they've been there way too long. So cell by cell they dread the end while missing their friend oxygen. And so they packed up for the harder home. Now you won't believe the many stories that I heard along the way, and the many tales of pain collected, and all the trials trapped in sorrow's muscles after years and years of crying out, while most cells are saying, let's just give up. There is no hope. There's no help that's coming. There is no heartbeat waiting for us. Still my body loves, my brain loves, my body loves, my brain loves, yet it's my heart and lungs that completely understand. So near death, each cell accepted. Still the heart completely welcomed. The door of love's a healer opened. No enemy of love need enter and hear the weight of pain. Pain was lifted so the lungs can give the heart back, and breath by breath each cell accepted the heart's open hands, like endless waves of empathy, immaculate beyond belief. There was no death of poetry. Happy birthday every day, Gustav. Thank you.
Told you, every time he sits in front of the ebony and ivories, man, you're gonna get something out of it. Unmute yourself. Give it up for C.C. Oshagro.
All right.
Thank you
Very
all for
nice.
still hanging out here. It's a long night. Love you all.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Cece, don't be surprised if the fire department shows up at that house in the next few minutes. It was so, your performance tonight was extremely compelling, and it was very obvious how you felt this intense need to externalize all of that the way you did.
Love you.
There's something about it.
I was shocked that the Nina Simone piece. Very shocked. A lot of people have not tried to cover too many Nina Simone pieces, and that was very unique the way you did that on the ivories. You know, not too many people do this in Nina Simone. So, man, thanks a lot.
It's for her. That's my friend Pierre Sylvan. He's a Hartford artist, lifer, man, down out of Middletown, New Connecticut. And I've known him for a long time. He created that for me on request. And yeah, that was an original cut. It's about Nina and Billy and the fucking tree. Love you. Thank you though. That's some big love. I'll try to let it in.
Right on. Right on to that.
Even as Baba and Goma was talking about earlier, right? The bloody music business, right? And we start talking about, you know, those people, right? Mississippi, goddamn, and you know, Nina and Etta and Ella and you know, Dorothy Dandridge. Like it's a lot of Sarah Vaughn's. It's so many, right? When you start talking about those folks and the struggles that they went through. But let me tell you, man, every time you come and do what you do, CC, right? You're like Joski on the keys, right? Like you give a balance to our week with what you do, right? I don't want you to think that I'm comparing you to Joski, but I'm saying I say that because Joski has a way of bringing our week into balance, and you do that same thing, right? Joski does it with a guitar, you do it with the piano, man. And I appreciate you because every time I hear you, Joski, I'm sorry, CC, you always continue with the fervency, right? You always take it up a notch, right? You always take it up a notch. And I appreciate you for being that dedicated to your own growth. So please continue to share it with us, man. That sentiment is something that we need. So I appreciate you. There are 5 more folks on our good luck round. And listen, y'all see what time it is, huh? Like it's about to be 11:30 East Coast time, right? But I'm gonna make sure I'm here because everybody who came through wants to be here and they want their voice heard. So I'm gonna be here for it. If you have shorter pieces, let them rock. Unfortunately, we're getting to the point we won't have a cipher this evening. All right, but we're gonna make sure that we make space for everybody. All right, coming up next, this dude is a razor blade. That razor blade shave with. He is a dismantled machine gun that writes poetry. He is a host. He is keeper of concrete. He is a ranked top 5 in the world in slam poetry. He is the future poet laureate of Earth. The one and only CP Mays is in the building. Shout out the vets, man. Simplify. Let these folks know where they can find you, man. It is always great to see you, folk. You know what it is. Take it away.
Hey everybody. It's been a crazy night. It's been a crazy last 5 minutes. My Zoom started doing an update after it froze, so I had to switch computers. So sorry about popping in and out on y'all. Yeah, I have a feature tomorrow. I have this feature thingamabob, a majig that I'm doing with Open Minds, Open Mic. It's gonna be fun. I got some surprises coming out of the pocket. So yeah, show up tomorrow. See what's good. I'm dedicating it to my father. And tonight's poem I'm gonna dedicate to my pops as well. He passed about six years ago on the 13th, so we just had his Paradise Day. What can I say? This man meant a lot to me. This is the only poem he's ever got to hear in his entire life. It's called Asylum Poet. I often journey upon roads that lead me headfirst into my own failures. And that's cool by me, because it's all I've ever known. So at times I tend to piss against the wind simply to smell my own existence, because there is no feeling worse than at the end of these nights when I stutter home and stare into my year-old daughter's eyes, so filled with so many at least I tried, Marine Corps never-ending nightmares and alcohol dancing in my head, that I'm so scared that this time these suicidal thoughts won't be enough to sober me up. So muse, roll up. I'm trying to get hallelujah high and see the dark side of the sun, because sanity is a hopeless dream that forces me to sleep with my eyes open till kingdom comes cream. The future is a whore. I know one day she's gonna swallow my dream, so failure is not an option when your life hangs in every word. This is my asylum. From a childhood whose better parts were spent spinning me in between my uncle's malt liquor madness and my aunt's well-planned sanity. By 7th grade, I was well-schooled in the fine arts of anatomy through late-night lessons of love, learned through lunging butcher knives, lesson gained. Love will always cut deeper than life, and I found that if you stared into mirrors long enough, you will always find your Judas. So I plaster my pupils with these scars and hold my dreams like POTUS, because reflections are binding the wires in my head to battering the fences in my dreams. So swing, batter, swing, noose, swing as long as you never forget not to run them free bases like your father did as a teen, and whether right or wrong, I'ma love that man till he's gone for what he told me when I was 20 years old in the Marines overseas in a hot zone. He said, son, no man will ever be able to rightfully judge. So do what the fuck you gotta do, killer. Just as long as you make sure you bring your ass home. Yes, it's always easier to swallow once you recognize this life you live is not yours to own. Just like our poems, this is my asylum. From the allegories I bear like Atlas to the metaphors that have molded my mind's straitjackets and all your silent stares. And shadows you slumber and smother to death in your slumber. Tomorrow is only one slow second away, and all it takes is a minute to pray and a second to die. So tell God this here is my alibi. I've shed blood on the underground from the undercurrents of my tongue with passion and hate for a world that views sanity as a dish best served cold. So if you get to heaven before I do, and you come across Job, tell him I know what it feels like to be God's entertainment. Fifth is my son. Thank y'all. Love you, Pops.
Yeah. Catch your breath for a second. Yeah. Because I told you, this cat does what the fuck he does. Unmute yourself. Give it up for C.
Much.
There's no way I didn't hear that.
Every word.
Like your whole life depends on it. Look in the mirror long enough and you'll see Judas looking back. Did he say that? That's where the war ends, man. That is work. You know, you're every one of you, every one of us here. When the war is over, there's one more, and it's that line. You cannot beat that. If you don't beat that one, you stay in the war. Otherwise, you come here and you write poetry and you kick it, motherfucker. I love you.
Right.
That energy you just released, it seemed like it been bottled up for a nice little minute. You know what I'm saying? It's like you just came up out the volcano with all the lyrical lava.
I don't know. I made a promise to myself that I would never just recite a poem, you know, when you don't feel it. So I'll shut down a poem in the middle of a poem if I found myself just going through the motions. It was weird. Like it was a King of the South slam. And my parents drove up from Houston, Texas to Charlotte, North Carolina. And my pops I ended up winning it, but it was a knuckle drag out war, like 2 or 3 ties. It was a knuckle drag out fight. And I remember seeing my father cry when I did that poem. A tear fell out his eye. And I was like, fuck me, man, shit. Like, yeah, pops. Like, and then he pulled me to the side after it was all said and done. And he said, you do know there's no statute of limitations on some shit. And I was just like, yeah, pops, I got you. Be honest. Don't be so honest you get somebody locked up. So yeah, that man meant a lot.
Talk, man, for real. Listen, it's kind of hard to not speak with a mouth of madness when every tooth is an insane asylum, right? Like, it's just hard to do that, right? When just the sound of your teeth clicking sounds like recovery. Right? But what you do, man, it's the work, right? You said it forces me to sleep with my eyes open. Failure is not an option, right? When your pops tells you, do what the fuck you gotta do, killer, there's no one else that can tell you anything. I don't really care what your rank says. Like, my pops already said, do what I gotta do. So if you happen to be in my line of fire, you see what I'm saying? Like, this is my asylum, no doubt. To the metaphors that molded my mind straight jacket. like it's designer. It takes a minute to pray, a second to die. If you get to heaven before I do, make sure the bartender doesn't put ice in my drink. Appreciate you, Maze, for what you do, folk. Shout out Swanye West. Shout out Double Trouble. Listen, that dude just does it for real, man. For real. Again, shout out Open Minds, Open Mic. CP Mace has a feature tomorrow. He's got some things on his mind, and he's probably going to set some shit off. So make sure you plug in. If you can fall through, fall through. It's going to be amazing, no doubt. Appreciate you, Mace. Coming up next, I always get a chance. Well, I shouldn't say that. I love getting a chance to yell at this next poet. Because this poet is so incredible. They do so many things for so many artists, so many different platforms, helping poets and artists to find creativity and find inspiration, whether it be, workshops or poetry games. This poet is incredible in so many different ways. A poet that I like to call the daughter of Krypton, our resident superhero in the building, the one and only Finn Bell is here. Let these folks know where they can find you. It's been too long. Please.
Thank you so much, Elemental. Thank you. Good evening to you, Elemental, and to RMT, and to all our wonderful poetry familia. Magandang gabi. So Miss Elizabeth Horan asked that I continue the story from a few weeks ago. So this is the ending part of We Linger Still. I was ever in awe, following this beautiful mute waif through endless mazes of corridors, feeling secure, knowing instinctively that his skin felt what the house was whispering to him. As he touched its walls, passing, hearing how it would tell him to commune with the shadows and shapes, and he would lean his head just so, cock his ear alongside the tapestry where it was shabby, where the drapes were redolent with the ancient scent that secrets leave, that past dalliances smudged, indelible in the fine cloth, crinoline and forgotten whalebone, the only accomplices left behind. Their paramours distilled in relics, now locked beneath the glass of gilded frames and tightly sealed within curio cases. All the old furniture remained. They have seen this house grow upward and outward, and they have grown with it, grown older, grown more weary, grown more fragile. Still they join us, this blissful pact of soundlessness. Once upon a time, I danced among the living. My laughter brought in the light. I think there was a time before the house wooed me, when it filled its own chambers, full of its suspicions, heavy in the air. These are how intrigues and scandals aspirate into airways and veins and come out bloodied, pulsing their venom, animated on multiple tongues. I think there was a time before my companion, before my dying star. What came first, acknowledgement or death? Left to myself, my mind is unclouded. I began to imagine I once more heard voices, invisible denizens, tumult, deafening, bouncing, and echoing on every surface. Left to myself, I began lengthy, one-sided conversations with every piece of furniture, waiting for answers that never came. When prodded, none of the upholstered chairs cared to divulge what they knew. The translucent fine bone plates looked knowing, but would not dish their gossip. The ancient fleur-de-lis tea kettle atop them arch and haughty, but keeping her counsel, bone dry, no scandal to steep, nothing to spill. I think I told you about when I angered the nanny who chased me, her ghost child charging through the great hall, the army of mismatched statues milling about, congregating. I wailed out the obscurity of our inbred lineage to her as she attempted to catch me so she could wrap me in her modesty. I ticked off a tale, a half falsity, of a great uncle once, twice, thrice removed, who procured these statues, who was swindled at every stop. None among these monstrosities, historical or classic, not one could claim the caress of a hand of a master of their dubious era. Every single one of them accomplished at pretending to be something they were not, that it was their own fibs, a curse that birthed them into their quietude. Here they remain in this absolute stillness of being. Among my snotty cousins, you will hear of a spinster aunt in her debutante year, on the desirability her suitors poured back into her eyes in long gazes, how she orchestrated a mask of bacchanalia, the final soiree of her season. They would claim amidst this debauchery, this solitary phenomena, the army of solemn marble deities forming their lips kinetic, as if in preparation to discourse, and what conversations it was to behold, ecstatic copulation, gorgeous intoxication in bodies warm, fallible, and of flesh, meeting these bodies locked in stone and marble, mingled perfection. It was as if, after all had their fill, one and all understood, ordained by a power unseen, a return to their perpetual silence. My kin, each one consummate liars, but my word, to be sure, you will believe. Thank you.
There's just something about the way Finn Bill does what Finn Bill does. Unmute yourself. Give it up for Finn Bill.
So good.
Bravo, Finn.
Love your work. Love your work.
Bravo, Finn. Thank you.
Yeah, I always feel self-indulgent when I'm listening to you. There was some passages there at the beginning where you were personifying the personifications of these objects in the room. I just found that really super exquisite.
I mean,
You
I
do
mean,
exquisite well.
I mean, I mean that the way you just come across so smooth, like still water. You know what I'm saying? Just a reflection of information and insight. I'm captivated. Real talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've said it before. I could listen to you read the phone book for like an hour and a half and I'd be good, you know?
When you're dedicated to what you do and the way that you do it, right, it comes off exactly that, right? And I'm telling you, for the folks who are not intimately familiar with Fembelle's work, she does exactly that. Doesn't matter. Like the plug said, I can listen to her read the phone book. It would come off just like that because she's passionate about what she does and how she does it. She mentioned a blissful pack of soundlessness, right? His skin felt like what the house was whispering to him, right? Sealed in curio cases. It's been a while since I've heard that, but yeah, love it. My laughter brought in the light, right? Pulsing their venom, animated on multiple tongues. Wrap me in her modesty, gorgeous intoxication. Come on. Come on. It's like a beautiful tragedy. I love it. I love it. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for what you do, Fembelle. Don't be a stranger. Make sure you're plugging in with everything Fincabulary does. For real, they had their own open mic. Listen, so many things. Plug in with Fincabulary. Shout out Grasshopper. Shout out Vector. Shout out the babies. All right, coming up next, 1/3 of the Jersey Trinity, this incredible poet, author of the Chameleon Chronicles, continues to come through and share some pretty amazing work with us. I'm telling you, been rocking with us for some years, always on point. The one and only Terry Rose Jertson in the building. Let these folks know where they can find you, Terry. It is always great to see you. Please, take it away.
You can find me on Facebook on Terry Rose Jertson or Teresa Rose Jertson because Facebook is janky and they messed up my account, so I had to make another one. And you can find me on Instagram. The Chameleon Poet is my handle. Okay, so I'm working on this piece. I was actually in a workshop with my hero Finn, who just read, and we were working on this. So it may still need some work, but I'm going to read it anyways. My no tastes like copper. It's familiar enough as I grew up hearing no often, so that it would not sting like the unexpected painful attack from swarm of bees buzzing in ear, the relentless asks of a child. My parents made sure I would be numb to its undesirable effects, ears ringing from the echo of no, as I would hear it repeated at every request that unwarranted a yes. Yes was like rain, a blessing from God, a miracle, miraculous if ever heard more than on special occasions like birthdays and Christmas. Life-giving to thirsty soul, I needed yes, hope for something better. God help me, the expression of mercy. Yes was ballerina Barbie and Dream House, not Stacy and Camper. Yes was My Little Pony and Friends. Yes was Chrissy doll with hair that grew at whim. But yes made a child spoiled. Old school new, spare the rod, spoil the child. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Welts from belt turned weapon of mass destruction, warned not to look at the sun. My behind would begin to feel the wrath of the word no when it emanated from my lips. No garbage pail kids, insubordination here. Questionable children were sent to land of misfit toys to be unseen and unheard, causing noses to glow red Heartbreak, blow off steam rise in tear-stained cheeks as soggy pillows wet, face turned over to sister, dry snitch, silent vowels stuck in throat, tied my tongue, giving something to cry about, dared to scream out no, when they realized too late that this created a monster that was bound to none.
Yo, that I don't know how much more work you need on that, Terry, but that's a hot one. Unmute yourself, give it up for Terry Rose Jertsey.
One big yes.
Hey, hey, you know what?
Yes.
Very nice. Thank you. Very nice.
The way
Yeah,
you,
what
the way
Elemental said, I don't know how much more work you need on that. Do I remember? I mean, you've been coming here for so long. And do I remember one of the first times you came? This was like the first or second year you were actually at a baseball game. Do I remember that right?
Yeah, I was at the Phillies game, broadcasting live, reading a poem. Oh my God, that was so hard because I couldn't hear myself. There was so much noise going on in there, but yep. And then I won the golden ticket that same day, which I don't know if they do that anymore, but
there you go.
That was, yeah, that was a different time.
you know,
We have been rocking with each other for some years, folks. Like for the folks who don't know, right? Like listen, I could say two words and everybody would make an action and people would be like, what the hell is that? But there was a time, right, that the pandemic post was a very big deal. We all, we connected in a very real way, right? So you hear some of the commentary between some of us folks is because we've actually been rocking with each other for about 4 years, if not more, right? So we really do know each other. We're very intimate with each other's work. But then every once in a while, right? Because we're so dedicated to what we do and we're continuing to write this new shit. Terry came through with some heavyweight shit this evening, right? She said yes was like rain from God, right? Like life given to a thirsty soul. Yes was a Chrissy doll. My sister had one of those damn things. I'm telling you, that was like the biggest thing. It was almost like my buddy. It was just a big deal. And Chrissy was even more because Chrissy was like, real. Kind of like Baby Alive, right? Yes made a child spoiled. No doubt. Welch from the belt turned weapon of mass destruction. She mentioned Garbage Pail Kids. If you're not familiar, folks, it was just a disgusting treat. Between the Garbage Pail Kids and the Land of Misfit Toys, this created a monster, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I love all of those aspects, Terry. Thank you. Thank you for doing what you do. Right. Team Ballerina Barbie, not Malibu Barbie. Yeah, that was good stuff too. No doubt about it. Good stuff. Thank you, Terry. Make sure you're plugging in with Terry Rose Jertson. Get a copy of her book, The Chameleon Chronicles. Terry is all the way dope. 2 more folks left. Coming up next. Oh, yeah, brother. This incredible host of the Slam Jam is about to come to the ring and do what he does best. You may get caught with a clothesline. You may get caught with a crippler crossface. You never know. You may get hit with a stone cold stunner. It is all across the board, baby. The one and only Dre Reyes is here. Let these folks know where they can find you. It is always great to see you, sir. Please take it away.
Holy shit, what a week it's been. How's it going, everybody? Thank you for having me tonight. And I gotta say, I'm so excited for the weekend because the weekend there's a lot happening here. Tomorrow we got CP Mays doing a killer set on Open Minds Open Mic. And then the following day, we got KR Morrison rocking the Slam Jam. And on Sunday, we got the special tarot-themed workshop with Emily Cordes, Whisper Poet, and Catalyst. And all donations will go right directly into to Marianne Salas, the Megas' sister, to help with any costs with a funeral and medical costs, because they're, nothing's free here in America, With that said, I'm going to keep it short with the poetry. I got one poem I want to test out a new voice with, because I don't know. I've been playing around with a Billy Mays themed poem, but seeing how I got this piece here, I want to try this out. Some of you might have heard of this one. This is called Smoky Puffs. Has your breakfast become quite a bore? Good news, because fret no more. Hi, Billy Mays here with Smoky Puffs. America, it's time to wake and bake with Smoky Puffs, the hot new cereal with everyone's favorite wildfire prevention mascot, Smokey the Bear. Yes, kids, Smoky Puffs, kid tested, DEA approved. Kids nationwide are raving and caving into their cravings for Smoky Puffs. 100% organic, 100% safe to consume, 100% legal, and only 420 calories per bowl to keep you cruising through the bruising of everyday life. Obtain higher education like never before, because you'll be baked like a cake, but getting better scores on your quizzes and tests forevermore. And kids, remind your parents that they too can enjoy Smoky Puffs. It's the perfect midday treat to help you power through another week, and can be a part of your next hiking trail mix for your cannabis mix. Your cannabis fix. Only you can prevent forest fires, and Smoky Puffs will help. Put the bowl down and grab yourself a bowl of Smoky Puffs today. Thanks for having me. God damn.
If you want to talk about starting the day, you can't go wrong with Smoky Puffs. Unmute yourself. Give it up for Dre Reyes.
Dre Reyes in the house.
Yeah,
Rock on, Dre.
pass the Smoky Puffs, please.
Bravo. I'll take a
Yeah.
case of Smoky Puffs.
Pass the Smokies on the left side.
I will Photoshop this. I will make this like an actual box and just like have a fun prop one of these days.
Oh, make it happen,
Do
man.
it.
Make
Do
it
it.
happen, man. Like, listen. And even if you can, unless you're 3D printing the cereal, I'll buy some. Right? Like I know, you know what I mean? Unless you're 3D printing that shit. Listen, but definitely make the box, man, because I want that shit. I want that shit on my wall. Like for real. Smoky Puffs. Listen, I appreciate the fact that you are willing to go there. You're the only cat that I know. The years that I've been rocking in this space, man, you're the only cat that I know who's brave enough to do the voice flip, right? Like, and you really, really do it. You know what I mean? For real, it's not easy, man, to commit yourself to doing, a whole theme, a whole voice. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really is difficult, man. But you really do commit yourself. You really do go all in, man. And I appreciate you for that. Really. Smoky Puffs is just one of 100 different fucking products that you have in your brain. And I'm telling you, if you mess around and get with the right advertising agency, you're going to have product after product after product after product after product. I'm telling you. You may think it's like, nah, it's just a joke. But I'm telling you, me and my partner, shout out Ghost Rider, we're rapping about some stuff, and I'm just as sure as shit stank, they already got those products that he and I were joking about. Someone has made them. Right? So don't discount yourself, man. You got work. And I appreciate you, sir. For real. Again, shout out Open Minds, Open Mic. Shout out Thomas and Catalyst. Make sure you are plugging in. Dre Reyes is the host of Slam Jam. He also hosts Friday nights. He also hosts Chaos Magic. That dude's all over the place. Appreciate you, Dre. We have reached the final artist this evening. I have been rocking with this gentleman since the beginning. He was the one that really put me onto this background game. And his poetry always finds a level of delicioso. I don't know how he does it, but he continues to do it. I like to call him the Iron Chef of poetry. The one and only Generalissimo is in the building, folks. Let these folks know where they can find you, Generalissimo. The only thing, folks, that I can tell you about Generalissimo without a shadow of a doubt is everything he thinks is all in his mind. Please, sir, great to see you. Take it away.
Well, thank you, Elemental. We've all been around for a long time. Me, you, Finn Bell, Terry Rose, so many people. And and then there were times when the first time I met Terry Rose in New York City, it was an outdoor event for the Nuyorican. She comes up to me and she used to have all these colored wigs, or she used to color her hair. I don't know. I didn't recognize her, but she was just herself. She said, "Hey, Brian." I said, "Do I know you?" So I said, she told me who she was. Oh, you have so many looks. You're such a chameleon. And that's where that came from. Okay. Let me take credit for that. So, where did I have them? I'm sorry. I have this thing here. Okay. So I have two poems for you. So bear with me 1 second. The first is called "A Tear is Still a Tear." I was streaming through New York Undercover on Hulu. Luther Vandross was singing "A House is Not a Home" live in a jazz club. The first line of the song hit me hard. A chair is still a chair, even when no one's sitting there. I'd been needing a good cry for at least 5 days, but my tear ducts had refused to well. Life had been flipping me off with both hands and sticking out its invisible financial foot every time I walked by to trip up my immediate future. The idea that fate is inescapable had refused to escape my sense of inescapable destiny, not that this chain of events would continue to act like an infinite chain of dominoes. So I was sitting at my desk watching this cop show from the 90s. They are in a jazz club owned by one of the cop's fathers. Luther is there singing one of the greatest tear-inducing songs of all time. It was the first line that caused tears to well. Then the second line, "But a chair is not a house, and a house is not a home," found a warm tear rolling down my cheek. Burt Bacharach and Hal David's lyrics continued to pierce my heart. When there's no one there to hold you tight, and no one there you can kiss goodnight. And as Luther painted the atmosphere with his soul, I felt tears falling down both sides of my face. Their salinity invaded my pores with a stinging sensation that began to soak my wiry beard. But the show only included a portion of the song, cutting me off from my catharsis. I washed the saline from my face and felt a bit born again minus Jesus. I returned to my laptop and Googled the song. I listened to it all the way through, but no tears fell. My sinuses were as clear as the aquamarine water on the redneck Riviera. I closed the laptop. Life was still flipping me off with both hands, but I was breathing cleanly, and I knew life's fingers would soon cramp up. And then, this sounds very literal, but I think it's really metaphorical when I think about it. It's called Undertow. Toes underwater, then ankles, then knees, then hips, then belly, ribs, chest, dunk, head and hair, lower shoulders, fully submerge, head and shoulders rise into atmosphere, face feels alive, eyes witness horizon, inhale salt air, smile, about phase, left foot forward, right foot forward, left foot, left foot, approaching shore, undertow, toes me under, lips pursed inward to preserve breath, salt water in eyes, eyes shut tight, this ocean and abyss, pulled farther out to sea, body tumbling with current, human arms cradle from behind and under, hands grab shoulders, head above water, body pulled to shore, dragged across wet sand, laying on dry land, nose breathes in atmosphere, mouth wheezes and gasps, eyes open, burning from salty water. At least a dozen sets of feet and ankles surround me. I hear his voice above his legs. Are you okay? A small hand grabs his hand. A small voice asks, Daddy, are you a hero? And thank you. And I just put in the chat about on the 24th, Jane Spoken Words Word Jam, and how you can get tickets or get free tickets from Jane for that. So thank you very much, everyone.
I told you. I told you this is why I call this cat the Iron Chef, because he always cooks up something beautifully savory. Unmute yourself, give it up for Generalissimo.
Oh, that was just so beautiful, you know. And
Absolutely
Thank you,
love that one.
Generalissimo.
it was
The
really,
ending of that,
so many
beautiful,
deep and
Brian.
thoughtful and tense and twisted lines that just take you in and out of beautiful thoughts and images. And you usually write about food, but I gotta say this, even though that this wasn't a food poem, I could really taste it. You know, you really weave almost the chemistry of the senses into your work, and you do it really, really well. Love your work, and I miss you guys. I'm only trying to make them once a week to these things since my life changed, but I really miss you guys all. Love it. That was beautiful work.
Yeah, Brian, you just have a magic ability to put, that last piece was just this and all about the immediacy of being in that situation. And you have such a talent for creating and conjuring those immediate moments. I was really struck in the first piece by this line, painting, I think it was painting the atmosphere with his soul. And it was just like a description of what, musicians and poets do. It's just kind of a universal way you captured that.
Absolutely. Go right ahead, Generalissimo.
I wanted to say something to Paul that I meant to say earlier. Paul, you said something that we should all start doing. Instead of just doing trigger warnings, we should do blessing warnings with our poetry. So if we know we're going to talk about something wonderful and blessed, we should give that blessing warning. So, and give Paul Skiff that credit for that saying. It's like it's because I think that we do so much of positivity as well as the darkness in our poems, and I think the positivity seems to take the back seat sometimes.
That's beautiful. That's a delicious sentiment. I think you're right.
That's a great thing. Thanks for pointing that out, Brian. Angelina making that announcement, it makes me feel like I wouldn't mind getting some advice from Lantern Carrier, actually, about how to do a blessing warning, right?
Right. A blessing warning. Would it even be a warning? Like
advisory?
I love it. I love it.
For some people, they want to be warned about positivity because
that's a good point.
That's a sentiment that just
about positivity.
You can take out the couch on that one.
That's a good point, Brian, because I remember being here in the first or second year, and there were a group of senior ladies who always used this term, toxic positivity. And I thought that was pretty interesting. You can overdo it, and the spectrum can be gone off the end of in either direction. So
sure.
And then there's all the pain that we deliver too, because sometimes that pain is such a shield from life that the one thing you don't let in is love to touch that pain until you can. So you could write a psychology book on the last 3 minutes of this conversation.
Oh, thank you, Cece. And I just want to take a second to point out one thing, because one of the last ciphers we were in, there was a person voicing concern about some of the kind of very heavy content and feeling, and how they had a feeling like they needed to compete with that. And I just want to put this thought up for everybody's consideration, if you will allow me to suggest. I have that feeling every time I go to a poetry reading, and I've had that feeling forever when I go to poetry readings. And it took me a long time of examining myself to figure out where was that coming from, because I didn't know where that feeling of I need to compete with this, I didn't know where that was coming from, and I couldn't identify where that was coming from. And I spent a lot of time looking for the source of that, and I finally found it. That is just a bad habit I learned from being in a peer group environment. I internalized that, and that's all it is. It's as simple as that. So anytime somebody here feels like they need to compete with anybody else here, just remember that's just a bad habit you internalized, and it's very easy to drop that from your behavior.
I wish that men would grow up and look at the toxicity of that peer pressure of men being stupid and not respecting women the same way. It's that peer pressure amongst women and men. We do it to ourselves and each other. I always say that we never really leave the high school cafeteria because of that. That's a really hard part of life to get through. But so I super applaud what you just said. This is the courage and the power of vulnerability. There's nothing stronger when you're a beautiful man, Paul. I love you. Great work.
Listen, this I continue to say.
We ciphered on you anyway. You got to go to bed.
Yeah, listen. We set a record. I'm looking at my device and it's saying 11:11 Central Time, folks. That means it is a solid 4 hours that we've been rocking this evening. This is the longest. Correct me if I'm wrong. Shout out to Pandemic Poets. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is the longest. This is the longest so far.
I think we had one longer one, I think, when we did a 2 or 3 or 4 year anniversary, but it definitely is the top 2 or top 3, that's for sure.
Right. And with that being said, get the hell out of here. Thank you so much for rocking with us. All of y'all are absolutely amazing. I look forward to this each and every week. Listen, plug in with the Nuyorican Poets Cafe. Get yourself some merch, representing your part of the world. Show the world that poetry still exists, that it still has a meaning, that you're a part of the greatest community in the world. Shout out Garland Thompson. Appreciate you for coming through and adding that energy, man. For real. Listen, it's always a pleasure. I look forward to this every week, and I look forward to the next time we get down, folks. You know that. Let's end the night like this. Until we meet again. May this energy we conjured this evening supercharge the rest of your week. Take this power, inspire others, energize creativity as we all hope to do through the spirit of Miguel Agarin. Your voice is appreciated, necessary, and always valuable in this space. Thank you for sharing it with us. On behalf of the greatest community in the world, it has truly been a pleasure spending Thursday night with y'all. Until next week, peace and blessings.